All right, we are rolling. Let me pull up the.
Ooh.
I'm live. Are you guys able to see my stream?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so this is it. This is our 2024, our second year in this tradition. This is Anthony. This is your first time with us.
Hello.
And we've really upped our game. Look at this stack of movies here.
Whoa.
60,
Let's go.
61.
Ooh.
Dang.
A lot of stuff to talk about. And then I have some notes on this document. Those are mostly for me, but there are some important notes on there. And then I've got the Academy Awards here that we can
Okay.
look at whenever.
All right.
This is our official list. If you forget what you watched, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm actually about to go pull it up.
All right, go away, ad. I don't want you. Be gone. Not interested.
Do you have ad block? How do you not have ad block installed?
I have an ad block installed. It's literally running right now.
It's not a very good
honestly
one.
not. It's not a good
Look
one.
at my extensions. It is running. It's the Opera one is all. I have 2 ad blocks running. I don't know what you want from me.
You block Origin.
Whatever.
That's the good one.
Okay, this was originally alphabetically, and then when I uploaded the images, the tier list site just put it in a random order for absolutely no reason.
Awesome.
So it's, let's start with one that we've all seen.
I have seen Anthony.
We've
which
all
one have
seen
you...
I know we've all seen Borderlands.
Oh, we're gonna
Alright,
start off
sure,
with
let's-
Stinker.
yeah, let's
Here,
Are we
you
starting
wanted
there?
to tell me
Where
Are we
is it?
really
Stinker.
starting
I
there?
mean,
Where is it?
it's
Here it is. Borderlands.
that's that. Yeah, it's that one. Okay.
I think
This is Borderlands. I'm gonna
So-
just assume. Why am I holding the Beekeeper now?
put it in the bottom tier. Let's not even.
I
think-
don't think you're gonna get it.
Evil.
No, I mean, like, it's safe to assume that we all have an understanding of Borderlands the game.
Is it
And this...
is it evil
Yes.
cinema or is it just a bad movie though?
Borderlands is
Oh.
It's evil.
Is it evil?
It is an
Like-
evil
Yeah,
movie.
because it's an adaptation. It's an evil movie.
I'll say if it wasn't an adaptation, if it was like there was no Borderlands game, if this was like a completely separate thing, it might be just bad.
It might be
But-
just bad. That's a good point.
But being an adaptation of the game,
Yeah,
dog
it
shit.
made it evil.
If you didn't know anything about Borderlands, you might get more enjoyment out of it a little bit.
Anthony,
But
I don't know
it's
anything
See,
about
I
Borderlands.
was
and
just saying,
hated it.
I don't know
a
that you
single
would get
clue.
anything more out of it without knowing anything about Borderlands.
I mean, I
I
don't
think
know.
I knew less about Borderlands after that movie than I did.
I know it's worse. It's worse if you know about Borderlands. I'll say that. I know you
It
get it
probably
worse.
is worse, but I would still put this as my worst movie of the whole year.
What, you didn't like it when Kevin Hart got piss in his mouth?
It's crazy how Kevin Hart is the best character in that movie.
Well, that's why he, like Jesus, rose from the tomb. He
Yeah.
came out of that
Whoa.
unscathed.
Well, we must give this film
Are
some
you
credit.
really
It is a front
Jesus?
runner in an awards ceremony this year.
It's-
It's nominated for a bunch of Razzies.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fair.
Wait, what's Razzies again?
The Bad Movies Awards.
The worst movies of the year awards.
Oh, okay.
It's Rotten Tomatoes thing, isn't it? I think.
It might be. I think it predates Rotten Tomatoes, doesn't it?
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe so. I always thought it was a Rotten Tomatoes thing. Never mind.
But yeah, no debates on Borderlands.
Yeah.
Jack Black's
No,
Claptrap is my most
Oh,
hated
yeah.
cinematic
I-
creation.
I didn't even think about it.
Yes.
I didn't even think about him until you just mentioned his name.
Which I don't.
I forgot he was in that movie.
He was. We all cheered when we thought he died because we thought for a moment we were free.
I didn't cheer. I knew.
Yeah.
Because the joke from the trailer hadn't happened yet.
Like I know I have a list pulled up. We have award category character I wish would die. He's number 1 on that, right?
I
We
think
agree.
I think he's an easy front runner. I mean, we'll add some more as we go on, but
Yeah,
yeah.
he's a good front
Yeah.
runner.
Okay.
There's a couple from Mr. Old Godfather I'd put in there too.
um, I watched this one today. This is an Oscar nom. It's got a lot of Oscar noms.
What's
It's
this
I
one?
haven't gotten to watch it
a
yet.
complete unknown. It's a
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan movie. Have you ever seen
Ah,
a musician biopic before? Any musician
I
biopic?
yeah.
yeah,
I've
I have.
seen
I always avoid
I've
them.
seen Rocket Man and Bohemian Rhapsody. I've seen those two.
Okay, so you've seen this movie then. There
Uh,
is
pre- uh,
this
if they're pretty much the same thing, but Bob Dylan, yeah.
it is so mid. Not
I will say
bad, but like
probably.
I felt
Oh,
I watched it's like 2.5 hours long, and I felt nothing for that whole time. It was just
You didn't have any
stuff.
appreciation for Bob Dylan?
you see,
You
I
would have a
think
much better time if you put on Bob Dylan on your car and just drove around for 2 hours. That would be an infinitely better way to use your time.
I see this may I don't know. Need to watch Complete Unknown and then I may be able to think better. But I'm probably gonna say that One Love, the Bob Marley biopic, probably had it was probably better.
I think
Uh,
Really?
I think A Complete Unknown is worse than Piece by Piece, which is the
because
one that I saw.
uh, One Love like actually it was about Bob Marley, but it was also about like what he was trying to do and like the message that he was trying to spread. I don't know. I
Hmm.
walked away from watching it kind of with like, oh, this movie kind of like enlightened me and opened my eyes a little bit, which
It
is
was
surprising from a musical biopic.
yeah, a very
Yeah.
not like I wouldn't say it's like a bad genre of movies. It's just an aggressively
No,
mid genre.
um,
No.
but I would definitely I would put it net positive.
Okay,
I would say
that's cool.
with how I felt walking away from it. It was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah. All right. Just
Not really knowing a lot about him beforehand.
in case you were curious, A Complete Unknown is nominated for 8 Oscars,
Hey,
um,
Really?
including Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Picture, Best Sound, which is the only one I can see like sure I get. I mean, they have a bunch of concerts in it, and that's
I'll
cool.
say you know why it's on that list. There were songs in the movie.
Yeah.
Mm.
True. Best soundtrack, and it's
Yeah,
just
actor
Bob Dylan's.
supporting costume design for some reason I don't understand. I guess clothes from that era. Um
I guess.
Directing again, nothing special here. I don't know why this is here. Is that
Yeah,
everything?
none of these feel like very stand out for this kind of like it's like I said, it's just a musician biopic,
Yeah,
so it's
it's your standard musician biopic. You will not like have a horrible time watching it. If you like Bob Dylan a lot,
right.
I could see you even having a decent time. Like there's a lot
Yeah.
of like cameos of like there's like Johnny Cash is in the movie and like a bunch of other
Yeah,
famous people.
Joan
I'm sure you
Baez.
Oh,
could have a good time. Yeah, she's in that too. But like I don't know, it doesn't do anything cool. It's just like, hey, here's this person. Anyways, next thing. I also watched this today. Well, I watched half of this yesterday and half of it today. This is good. This one, I'm putting it not here. I would highly recommend Conclave.
really?
Oh, I was
Really?
gonna watch that one today if I had time.
It's I would say the first half of this movie is like perfect. It's like the script is so tight because they're in conclave, which means they can't leave that building until they elect a pope.
Okay.
So it's just these cardinals and drama and political intrigue and sabotage and mystery, and and the acting here is incredible. Every actor here is going 100%. Um, this also, I think this is nominated for 8 things as well. And I actually think it deserves most of them. Where did I have it on here somewhere? Conclave, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Costume Design, Editing, Original Score, Picture, Production Design, Adapted Screenplay. Yeah, I think it deserves all of those nominations except for the supporting actress. It's not that she does a bad job.
Yeah.
It's that she's barely in the movie. She has like
Ah.
maybe 4 lines of dialogue in the whole thing. So there's just I don't think there's enough
Those are
drama.
4 really good ones.
Like, and it doesn't help that like every supporting actor, there's like 5 supporting actors in this movie, and they're all going crazy, and they all have way more to do. So the nun character, I'm blanking on her name. She just doesn't feel as crucial. Like she does do something important in the movie,
Oh,
but
hey.
everyone is doing things that are important in the movie.
But let's ask the real question though, Esteban. Is her supporting actress role better than Zoe Saldana's in Emilia Perez?
We'll get to Emilia Perez when we get to Emilia Perez. I'll say the only thing that I think holds this movie back, I think I won't spoil what happens, but there's a
Yeah.
thing that happens in the last third or last quarter of the movie.
Right.
And it's like, oh, I don't think we need it. I was enjoying the movie much more before this happened. And then the conclusion that the movie comes to feels a bit unrealistic. Still very good. I think it's definitely worth checking out. But if the last third faltered a little bit for me. What else is on here? I have not seen this. Anthony, I think this is yours.
Which one is that?
Despicable Man.
Oh, Despicable Me 4? I watched it and I came away feeling, wow, that was a movie. I remember nothing from it. I remember at the very end they fucking said the entirety of everybody wants to rule the world for some goddamn reason because like the whole plot is that the villain and Gru were in like elementary school, and then Gru stole the villain's song, which everybody wants to rule the world. And at the very end, they sung it together or some random bullshit. And me and my girlfriend saw it alone. Like, it was just us at the theater at like 9 p.m. And the fucking clerk was like, "Look, you can make what sounds you want here." And we're just like, "This is." She enjoyed it more than I did. It was a good 4 or 5 out of 10. Um, that's just bad. They put it in bad.
A
it
bad
was
movie.
it was a decent it was a decent enough family movie. But it's like, just, can the minions die? Can that franchise die? Is what I want to know. I'll just leave it at that.
All right. I will trust you. I don't think I'll be checking this out. This is a
And
movie that
then
I
what's
saw a bunch of marketing for, and I just never got around to seeing it.
oh,
The
Beekeeper next?
Beekeeper. I think this is one of
Oh,
yours, Riley.
yeah, this is one of
Yeah,
mine. Okay.
yeah, to you, buddy.
So it essentially, right? Okay, Jason Statham plays this guy who just kind of like he's retired, quote unquote, retired from whatever his position is. He works on this farm that he has. But he's a beekeeper. Like that's his main thing. He jars honey and like he'll use it in cooking, whatever. And he's got this old this elderly lady who's his neighbor. And she looks out for him after his wife died or whatever. And he's working or something one day, and this lady gets call center scammed. like her husband or something set up like a bunch of money for before he died, and so she like has a ton of money, like over $1 million or something. Uh, and the call center like steals it all. They're a bunch of like tech bros and stuff. They're like, oh yeah, we stole all our money. Uh, and then the movie like really jumps and she kills herself
Oh.
because she like loses all her money, and so like obviously she won't like be able to keep her farmhouse and stuff. And Jason Statham like comes over and he's like, "Oh, what's going on?" And I think it's like her daughter or granddaughter what is a detective, so that's how like the family element ties in. And he's like, "Well, she got a call, she got scammed basically." And so what happens is he just like finds out that this is like a major like scam thing happening. And so he just starts like hunting down the company behind this call center uh until he it's a fun but just cheesy 90s feeling like action movie, like when I don't know, when like Arnold or Sylvester Stallone were like just doing all the like different action movies one after the other. That's kind of the run Jason Statham is on now, and it's just fun. There's nothing, they're not like John Wick movies where they stand out with crazy stunts or anything. However, there's a really cool fight towards the end of the movie where he fights this South African mercenary guy who's fun, who's like been hired to like, stop him. Because turns out the beekeepers are like elite assassins
Oh.
who there's only like usually one of them at a time in the world. Uh there and so he's like a retired one. And so the South African guy is like really excited to like fight a beekeeper. And he's
It's like
got a
what
prosthetic
One
leg.
Piece rules with like the sword.
I I don't
Or
know,
not One
man.
Piece, Afro Samurai.
But he's really excited to like fight a beekeeper, and they have a really cool fight scene, and they play into like the guy using his prosthetic leg like as a advantage, sort of, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Uh, it's just like something I haven't seen before in like an action movie where you have like a guy with a obvious physical uh ailment, I guess, and he like still kicks ass. So I it's What what does Cocaine Bear actually mean? Is it just kind of like the
A
mid tier?
Cocaine Bear is not. A Cocaine Bear is a movie that, like, if you were to look at it critically as a film, it does not
Uh-huh.
work. However, if you're just looking to have a good time, it'll do that for you.
That that is the Beekeeper.
Okay.
Yeah. Cuz like if I'm a critic, it's a generic action film, right? But if I look at it just for a fun time, yeah, cuz turns out honey is flammable. It's like
Uh-huh.
the tech this is
Is
the
it
last
in
thing I'll
real
say.
life?
The
Like, I don't know if
I
the. I
I
assume.
guess,
I guess it's
but like
fatty.
the tech company, like they hire the active beekeeper or whatever, the one who's like, you know, active. And she first of all, she finds him at this gas station. She pulls up in like this big pickup truck, and then she like pulls this tarp off and jumps into the bed of the pickup truck, and she just has a minigun
Oh.
attached into like the bed of her Ford like double wide pickup truck, and just starts like shooting at him, everything. And so whatever, he takes her down, and she's in the bed of the truck. Oh, he throws a jar of honey at her. That's it. He throws a jar of honey at her and like knocks her out, and she's like trying to get up. And he just like opens his lighter and throws it on her, and honey is flammable apparently, so she just burns, and then the gas station blows up or whatever.
He hits her with
It's
napalm.
basic. It's cheesy, right? But it has a cool fight scene. Jason Statham is just like the action guy. And coming out this year, he's also has a new movie coming out called The Working Man.
I've
And
seen the
I'm
poster for that.
yeah, it's basically looks to be the same premise, except he's a retired SAS operator and he works on a construction site.
What will be
And
his mutant
the
ability this time?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, it's Cocaine Bear tier. It's fun if you don't look at it in a critical way.
All right. I have not seen this one, but I think you and Messer both saw
I believe that's
this.
Argyle, isn't
It
it?
is Argyle.
Argyle. Oh, ooh. Okay, so Argyle, uh,
I mean, it
done by,
happened.
it's done by the Kingsman guy, the guy who
Well, I
did
was gonna
the,
say it. To me, it feels like knockoff Kingsman.
oh,
That's what it feels like watching
yeah.
it.
Okay, so Esteban, the premise of and I think maybe part of that is because the premise of the movie is weird. Because, like, I don't know, maybe you can explain it better, Messer.
I mean, it's not that. I mean, it's just this woman writes like fictional stories about this guy,
Spy thrillers or
spy
whatever.
espionage stories,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and it turns out he's just a real guy, and the stories are all real, and she gets like caught up in them.
Is this like a never-ending story bit?
Uh,
No, because I think he was
no.
already real before the stories.
Well, she's Argyle.
Well, yeah, it's been a while. I don't remember.
She,
There's like a secret chip in her brain or whatever.
yeah. It's
Um,
it's a movie that exists, I gotta
yeah,
say.
it is a movie that exists.
It's not a disappointment. It's a movie that exists. Oh, she ice skates on oil.
That's
You remember
that's
that?
that's not a
There was
thing
I
that you can
I
do.
kind of remember that. I just remember the scene in that white hallway with all the smoke and the guns, and I thought, man, this is just a worse shot Kingsman scene.
Oh. Oh yeah, and then the post-credit scene somehow it's so hard to understand, but the post-credit scene ties it back into Kingsman.
I didn't even remember that. I didn't even remember it had a post
This
credit
is
scene.
required Kingsman viewing.
It's not, I don't think, unless the next Kingsman movie with if they do one more with Taron Egerton, if they're like Argyle is required viewing. I don't know. It's a movie that exists.
Well, speaking of Kingsman guy, there he is. That's him, right?
Who? Oh yeah, in Carry On?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've also not seen Carry On. I think this is another solo Riley flick.
Am I the only one who's watched Carry On?
I haven't seen it.
It came out in
Huh.
December, I think, so it was pretty late
Did you
release.
watch Carry On, Anthony?
Yeah, yeah. No, I didn't see it either.
Oh, okay.
This is
Carry
all you,
On
buddy.
is okay. Carry On is essentially, it's Die Hard 2 without a lot of gun play, I guess. Okay, so King Kingsman guy is
Yeah.
a TSA agent who's like, man, the TSA is leading nowhere for me really. Don't know what to do with my life. He's about to have a baby. And then
No.
this stranger, uh, he gets a text and he like puts this earpiece in, and the stranger tells him, "Hey, you're gonna let this suitcase go through the machine." Uh, and he lets it go through the machine,
What do
and
you
there's
mean?
oh, it, there's a earpiece that's left in like one of the bins, that go through the scanner,
Yeah.
and he puts the earpiece in, and some guy tells him to let his associate let this suitcase go through the scanner, like don't flag it or anything,
And he
and this
just goes with
or
that?
or else he'll start killing people in the airport.
Oh.
And he like knows a ton about Taron, whatever his character is. He knows a ton about the TSA guy's life, and like that he has a girlfriend and she's pregnant, all this and that, through the evil guy, through his like associates, like finding out about his life and stuff. And basically, like he blackmails him into doing it, and it just kind of turns into Die Hard 2, where it's like this, thriller kind of movie going on at the airport. It's fun. I mean, if you're gonna watch like a espionage, not espionage, but like thriller action Christmas movie, just go watch Die Hard. Honestly, it's
It's worse Die
Man,
Hard.
I don't know if I want to say it's a movie that exists or
I
Cocaine.
Cocaine
think it had
Bear.
more positive than negative.
Uh,
You did.
I think
Like,
so. Like there's
like
not
in a,
nothing inherently bad about it. It's just average, right?
Gotcha.
I mean, in a world where Die Hard didn't exist, would that we didn't have that compared to? Would that make it any different?
It's not super. It's just the only reason I'm saying it's like Die Hard 2 is because it's a action movie set during at an airport during the winter.
Uh,
Um, it doesn't have like I don't think near as much action as Die Hard 2 did. It's more so like on the
mm,
thriller aspect, I guess, and like suspense. I don't know. You can put it in a movie that exists, I guess.
All right.
I probably had a little bit more fun watching Beekeeper than Carry On.
All right. Gotcha.
mm,
Anora. Any of you see Anora?
Okay, I just finished it
nope.
today.
Oh, sweet.
I
I
did
have
not.
someone else to yap about this movie with. This is really good. This is a
Did
really
you
good
watch it,
movie.
Messer?
I did not.
Ah,
Mm-mm.
Anora is probably the best use of a camera I've seen in a movie this year.
Really?
ooh,
Not in terms of like shot composition, but in that the camera is always moving. It's always doing
oh yeah,
something interesting.
that's a good point.
Um,
Um, I liked it because it didn't end. Well, I guess it didn't really end how I thought it would. It wasn't my like typical idea of like a romance comedy movie.
no, but it is. I will say it is still fun. The home invasion scene is one of the funniest
Oh
things I
man,
saw this
that
whole
that
year.
was very funny. And Igor Igor's actor is up for best supporting actor, and I agree with
Yeah,
that. He was really good, dude. He was funny.
yeah. This movie's up for a few Oscars. Let me see.
She's up for best leading actress, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
she is. She
Anora. So it's a Best Picture nomination, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Directing, Best Editing, and Best Original Screenplay. And I think all these are valid. Um,
Yeah,
I don't
I
have
would
any.
say
I
I
don't
would
have any
agree.
complaints here.
I would
Um,
agree too.
yeah, it's funny, but like also, the ending scene is really really well done, and kind of leaves
Yeah.
this like it sticks with you. Um, it's I like how like after the ending scene, I didn't like have a distinct. I'd like think about it for a while before I was had like what I who I thought I guess was right and wrong in this situation.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that.
Um, but yeah, great performances by everybody here.
Mm-hmm.
The comedy in this movie is really good. I mean, the home invasion scene is probably the funniest bit, but I really like the scene where the older guy he's just like he loses the plot and he's just yelling at these random New Yorkers in a restaurant.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah,
It's
like
like you guys have no work
boomer
ethic.
yeah. No work ethic. TikTok, Instagram, TikTok,
Yeah.
Instagram, TikTok. Yeah, that was funny.
They didn't even do anything. He's just
No,
he's
no,
just
no,
lost
yeah.
it at this point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh man. I would throw this in a peak cinema. I think anybody could watch this movie and have a great time. Um
I think so.
I would put it in like
I'm
the
glad
lower end of peak cinema, but I think it deserves to
yeah.
be up there.
I'm glad I watched it by like word for the wise. It's it's heavy on like intimacy and stuff.
Yeah, don't watch this with your parents.
Don't watch this movie with your parents. No.
There's a lot of nude scenes and
Yeah, a lot.
sex and I mean
Yeah.
the main character is a sex worker, so that should be expected.
Yeah, she is a erotic dancer.
Mm.
But yeah, this is a good one. I this wouldn't be my pick for like the Best Picture winner. But if it did win,
Yeah.
I would not be
I
mad.
wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, what do we got next? Dìdi. Anthony, you saw
I'm
Dìdi.
not.
Yeah, I did.
I really like Dìdi. It was my number one movie of the year until like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's kind of like the reason why I saw it. 'Cause I saw that was like on the top of your list. I was like, what he sees in it, and I'm like, well, here, I'll let you finish first.
Yeah. For context, Dìdi is a coming of age movie. It's about this child, and he is in middle school. Like I think he's in the summer between his 8th grade year of middle school and his
In high
freshman year of
school.
high school.
Yeah.
And it is just he's like a skater, and he kind of wants to be like a cameraman, but he's not very good at it. And he has, like a lot of your standard coming of age issues. He has like friends that like aren't like the best friends to him. He's like trying to talk to girls, and it's not going well. Um, but it's also got this really cool stuff with like his mom and like his family being immigrants, and then the kind of expectations they put on him and his mother and his sister, through his grandma and his dad. Um, it's a very hard movie to describe why it's good. It just kind of is. Like it's funny, the acting is great. Um, I think a coming of age movie is really hard to write because you have to make the character extremely flawed, but still have them be rootable for. Um, and I think this movie nails that. I honestly don't have any problems with it. I think this is 10 out of 10. Anthony, where did you watch this? Because I don't. Is it on streaming?
Um, am I allowed to say that I stole it
Oh.
on this podcast?
No one is watching this. Do you think the FBI is looking at this?
Well, I don't know. That will
You
be
can
like
you can.
professional.
I'll edit
No.
it out if you want. You
Yeah,
just say
okay.
you found it on a
Well, no, I
site.
don't. I don't care. I don't know if you care.
No,
This is like for and professionalism. Yeah,
this
I
is
just
for
fucking
me.
stole this shit.
Okay.
I stole this shit. Um, I like I agree with most of the things you said. Like he's very flawed, and I was like, I can't get the fucking scene at the very beginning. We're just fucking pissed, and his sister shampoo
Oh,
all over
that.
the
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
place. Like I wrote down some notes for some of the movies I watched, and like I just wrote down simply what the fuck for that one scene. I was like,
She does get him back for that.
she does.
um. Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, it's like you still want to root for him, and like there are many points in the movie where it's like I just like, I like, yeah, I kind of
Like
see
you
myself as a little
understand what he's
kid.
struggling with. Yeah.
Yeah, but also that's another thing though is I also don't because my thing is like I was curious on other people's like opinions on the movie, and I read like a lot of people who had very strong feelings for it were people who went through similar experiences with like being immigrants or Asian Americans or stuff like that. And I don't know if maybe part of me missed out on that being white or something, or maybe it's just that I don't really connect with coming of age movies all that much because I think I already told you before it's not normally my genre,
I think coming of age
but like
movies are very much like they're very subjective in how much you enjoy them. Because I think, yeah, so much of it is
yeah,
based on like, do I relate to this character?
yeah, like
And
I
that's a
said,
very
there are
personal
points
thing.
yeah, like there are points where I do like relate to him, and like I do see little myself, when I was his age in him, and like fuck, I lost my train of thought. I do see little stuff, and there are some points in the movie where it's like I really just want to give little guy a hug. The
Yeah,
poor little man's going through. Like, he probably needs a therapist growing up when he's a little older.
yeah, probably.
But
But yeah,
overall, like I did really enjoy the movie. I did enjoy it.
right. Can I put it in peak cinema?
You know what? I'll let you have it.
All right. Yeah,
Oh,
it's my number 2 movie of the year. I think it deserves to be up here. It's very very good. It's not nominated for anything, but like the Academy would never watch a movie like this, so I don't really care. No one.
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Now,
One of the movie channels I watch actually put it in one of the top 5 movies that got snubbed from the Academies. It's like
yeah,
was never
and
meant.
I agree that it got snubbed, but also like they didn't. The Academy watches like 10 movies, maybe 12,
That's true. That's true.
and this was not going to be
It's
one
I
of
think
them.
it's too artsy for them.
Yeah, it's too indie.
Yeah.
Now we've got a movie that 3 of us have seen.
What is it
It's
called? I can't
time
tell. What it's
for Monkey Man.
For Monkey Man.
Oh, Monkey Man.
Oh, this is you guys.
What are your thoughts, Messer?
It's pretty good. Not like
Yeah.
super amazing, but like fun. It kind of loses me at points, but like the action's good. A PNG monkey flashes on the screen one time.
That is true. Oh
We
man.
get to open up a guy's chest and see the beyond.
Editor Esteban, flash the
Oh
monkey on screen right
yeah.
now.
Flash the what?
Flash the monkey on screen right now.
I'll put it in post. If I can find the clips for this movie, I'll put it in post. Because yeah, there's some. I don't even know how to
I was
describe
like,
some of the things this movie pulls off
my
and gets away
my
with.
the final action set piece where he's like going through the casino, or it's a casino, right?
It's
Or it's a
It's like a
hotel.
it's a
stronghold or some
club.
kind.
It's a nightclub with like
Yeah.
multiple layers based on
Yeah,
how important of a person you are.
yeah, him working his way through there. The ceremonial dancers come in, help him out.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
cool.
I don't know. It's all pretty cool. My only complaint is that he doesn't wear the mask enough.
He
He's
does.
Monkey Man.
He
There's
is
a
Yeah.
Monkey
whole
Man.
there's a whole scene of him working on it, like Iron Man, working on the Iron Man mask in Iron Man 1, and he just discards it the moment he gets into the club, and it's like, what was the point?
Because
You're Monkey Man.
it looked real cool in that one shot where he's
Yeah,
standing with the light to his back. That's kind of
it
my
did look
opinion
real
on
cool.
this movie. Like, even when I'm like, I don't really know what's. I think this movie struggles in like some story departments, but also I didn't really care that much because it kept showing me cool things. I like cool visuals, and this movie has
It sounds like a
those.
cocaine.
This movie has those. No, it's not a cocaine tear. Monkey Man is actually good.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but it has so much sauce. Is the best way I can put it.
Mm.
The action here is actually crazy. Like I think my favorite, the hotel or club, whatever, right at the end is insane. I really like when he's escaping through the red light district and the the guy gets mad at him. He starts swinging an axe. It's insane. It's the
Oh yeah. That was crazy.
That was so much fun. Um, I would put Monkey Man either highly recommended or invited to the barbecue. It's kind of on the fence between those for me.
Hmm.
I think I would put her in invited to the barbecue.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fair. I think
I think that's where all its coolness lands it.
yeah, it's it's definitely a style over substance movie, but it just has so much style. It's so fun
Yeah.
to watch. Um, it would be my favorite action movie of the year if not for another thing that I saw. Now it's time to return to the Drek, the vile filth, Emilia Perez,
Oh, we're already here?
the Oscars' favorite child, racking in not 10, not 11, not 12,
13.
13 Oscar nominations. Let me read those off for you guys before I get into this movie's lore. Best
Oh
Picture,
dear lord.
Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Cinematography, Directing, Editing, International Film, Makeup and Styling, Original Score, 2 nominations for Original Song, Sound, and Adapted Screenplay. It deserves none of these. It does not even come close to deserving any of these. But let me give you a bit of history on it, right? So this movie comes out in Europe, right? No one in the Americas watches it because why would they? The director of the movie refers to the Spanish language as a language of modest countries, developing countries, of poor people and migrants. After this, it wins a whole lot of Golden Globes and it starts getting attention from American audiences. And everyone watches it and they're like, what's going on here? What are we being gaslit? What is this? GLAAD releases a statement. They're a big LGBTQ rights organization condemning the movie as regressive and unrepresentative of trans rights.
Oh,
There are no Mexican actors in this whole movie, despite being set in Mexico.
Oh yeah, because Zoe Saldana is
Dominican.
Yeah.
Some of the actors here don't even speak Spanish. Selena Gomez does not speak Spanish, and it is very obvious when you're watching the movie.
Oh really?
Yes.
Oh, you do
it's
have.
not even like she's like speaking bad Spanish. I mean, she is speaking bad Spanish. She'll just switch to English sometimes.
Yeah.
You do have the the Mexican students made the
Yeah.
French.
Mexico in this movie is hell.
Yeah.
That is the best way to describe it.
That's what I understand. I want it to be known. I'm the only one who has not watched this movie.
I haven't seen it.
It's just Messer and I.
I will
It's
say
just those two that decided to suffer.
the beginning of this movie is incredibly. It is sensory overload. The first song plays, and you see a random man take out a shiv and kill someone you never know and you never figure out anything about.
What?
In the first like 5 minutes, and you'll never go back to that. But it just happens.
Yeah.
And it's like out in the middle of the street too.
Mind you, this is Mexico City, right? This is the 4th biggest city in the world. This is not some small town in the middle of nowhere. This is the 4th largest. This is an international metroplex. But in this movie, it is just Gotham. There is people getting pulled off the street every other minute. They're either getting stabbed. Everyone here is packing an assault rifle. It is insane.
Oh no.
The script and music is awful. There's not a single good piece of music
Yeah.
in this movie. That's not a
Yeah,
hot take.
the only thing I know about the music in this movie is the
Everyone
sex
knows the
change
iconic
song.
man to woman, woman to man, penis to vagina.
The vagina, yeah.
Um, Following its 13 nominations at the Oscars, despite everyone being mad at it, some Mexican students made a movie in like a week, maybe?
It was a week. Yeah, it was a week, I think.
Called Joanne Sacre Bleu. And it released on January 25th. I haven't checked the view count, but within a couple days, it literally had millions of views. It got way more views than the actual Emilia Perez movie.
Yeah. And
go watch Joanne Sacre Bleu if you get the chance. Very funny movie. Even if you don't understand what they're saying, it is the most aggressively anti-French film you will ever see.
Yeah, that's the thing. They made it as like stereotypical French as possible, and it's still better than Emilia Perez.
Yeah, the poster alone
It's
for
like
the
French.
movie
It deserves all the
very
awards.
funny. Then the tweets start coming out. So the lead
Oh
actress for this
yeah.
movie, she falsely accused another contender for the lead actress award for slander, even though she didn't do anything. And because of that,
Oh.
Brazil got mad and found all of their tweets.
Oh.
And oh boy, there's some
Oh
crazy
yeah.
stuff on here.
Yeah, she's very racist.
She's extremely racist, xenophobic.
Yeah, xenophobic.
A lot of I I'll just throw some of the tweets up on screen. because
Okay.
I cannot repeat some of the things that she
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
What the
It's
hell?
rough.
It's real bad. And then the Oscars official Instagram unfollowed her on January 31st. However, they have not
They
rescinded
haven't.
any nominations um, for anything. I think they're just gonna double down at this point. I don't
Cool.
think they'll give her the best actress because it would cause too much
If
heat. But I do
if
think
if
this
the
movie
movie
still gets a bunch
uh,
of awards, unfortunately. For some reason, I
uh
don't know why. There's just nothing here. Zoe Saldana is the best part of this movie, but like it doesn't matter because the script is horrible. She has nothing good to work with. So even if she's trying hard, there's nothing to salvage here. Messer, do you have anything to add? I'm at a loss.
I not really. I just don't understand the movie. Like I even the song that everyone knows and everyone hates from this movie. Like I don't get it.
Here
Like
it
what
is.
it just
Two
happens.
two spots on here. Two spots for original song. Couldn't go to any other. We had to give two to Emilia Perez. It's so good.
Like that song, even in its own movie, happens out of nowhere. Like it is a musical, but this song just starts, happens, and ends, and it's baffling the whole time.
oh,
Not to
that
mention,
scene the best.
most of the people are singing off key. Like the
Yeah,
doctor is so
that I
bad.
he is I he that might be one of the worst. I don't know. That his performance might be one of the worst.
He hits like
Um,
8 different tones, and none of them are right.
yeah.
Uh, seeing seeing that best song nomination, I forgot to put that on
Yeah.
my list. The 6888.
I will look that up.
Yeah, it's probably, which granted I don't think I watched any other like historical films, their war films this year. It is a very good film because it covers a like super unknown like topic. The 6888 was a women's army corps regiment of, they're completely black women. It was a black women's army corps company, and their whole job was basically is between 1944 and 45. They were the ones who got all the mail and correspondence between loved ones and soldiers uh, moving again, because morale was like dropping to a like low. And now, granted, some of it was probably dramatized. Like, I don't know for sure if this lady that's depicted in the film actually stood outside the White House for like 2 days and like told FDR's wife that, like, she needed to get letters from her son or sons or whatever. But that drives FDR to like bring up that morale is like a big deal. Um, but it's a very moving film because I never learned about it in school, even though they had like a huge impact and job in helping keep morale up during the probably some of the hardest parts of the European War, the Battle of the Bulge and everything. But I'd put it in net positive probably. I enjoyed it.
Okay. Messer, I assume we're in agreement that this is an evil cinema.
I think more than even Borderlands, it might deserve to be down there.
It
I haven't
is
even seen it,
Because
like
and
the
I
like
because
I agree.
Borderlands isn't in the like it didn't get any Oscar
yeah,
nominations.
everyone knows Borderlands is bad. But Emilia Perez is going to inspire more things like it. And that makes me very sad. I hope it doesn't win a single thing. It probably will win a bunch, but there's nothing we could do, unfortunately. The French really like it, apparently, which is a thing. Sweethearts. This was a HBO Max original that came out this year. It's fine. It's got a pretty good message. Um, some funny bits. It's very much like a super bad-esque comedy, but not nearly as funny. It's like if you threw this on while you were doing something, you'd probably chuckle a few times. If you were to sit down and watch the movie, you would not have a terrible time, but I don't think you would ever rewatch it. It's perfectly inoffensive, decent movie. Nosferatu. I unfortunately was not able to catch this one. I still need to watch
Oh,
it.
is this me only?
I think it might be only you.
Okay. Esteban, you mentioned you really liked the camera work in Anora. I think this film might have my favorite, other than Dune, it might have like my favorite cinematography. This film is, I mean, it's just a retelling of the 1920s movie, the silent film. Um, but I mean, obviously, it's done up. It plays more into uh the cultural kind of background for vampires and stuff. I think did it only get one nomination for best costume design?
Let me
I think it only
see.
got one nomination, which is surprising because I think it deserved
Oops.
more.
Let's see. One,
Okay, so it got
costume
costume
design,
design.
cinematography,
Oh, okay, cinematography,
makeup and hair
makeup,
styling, and
and
production design.
okay, I mean, going up against Dune Part 2 is tough for cinematography because that film is like incredible for cinematography in my opinion. Out of the ones that I've seen on the list. But I think I mean it's a good, it has a chance in all of those. Bill Skarsgård, as always, continues to be like an amazing character actor, I guess you could say, or creature actor. He's unrecognizable, obviously, with the makeup that they give him as he plays Count Orlok. But he's incredibly creepy. His presence is, it's there. Like there's a shot in the movie, which this isn't really a spoiler, but there's a shot where his presence is kind of like he's in the German town that like most of the movie takes place in, and there's just a really awesome shot of like I guess either like the clouds over the moon coming in or whatever, but like casting a shadow over the town, and it's like his huge form, just like his presence, um, that I thought was really cool. That was something that I talked about with my dad a few times after the fact. I would say it is definitely highly recommend,
Yeah,
and it's not even really a horror movie.
I
Like there was once or twice where I jumped, like it kind of got me, for sure. But I think it's more like suspenseful horror, I guess.
think
Um,
suspense. I don't know what the
but
official. Yeah.
I haven't seen the original. Like I know that it's pretty much the same story, dealing with like the location and like the characters and whatnot. Um, didn't turn out how I thought it would, which was nice. It surprised me. Um, but yeah, yeah, I would say it was probably one of my top of the year. And I need to watch The Lighthouse because the guy that did The Lighthouse also did Nosferatu
Hmm.
and the Northman, which I thought was uh, a pretty good movie. It was different, and now he's doing the Wolfman, I think, or Werewolf. It's Werewolf.
Okay, excellent.
I think
Wolfman
it's
is out right now, and I don't think that's him.
yeah. No. It's I think that's what he's doing next is like a 13th century England werewolf movie or something.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely want to check this one out before
Yeah,
the Oscars roll
it's
around.
good.
Well, what do we have on here? It's What's Inside. Did any of you guys watch It's What's Inside?
I did.
I'm not familiar with it. No.
I
Anthony,
did
you
It
watched
not.
was
it?
a. I really enjoyed it.
It's What's Inside is good. It's probably the
Yeah.
best straight to streaming movie of the year, I would say. Um,
It, it's up there. It was really good.
yeah,
I
do you want
think
to explain
all these
the
performances.
premise?
Yeah, sure. Basically, it's a group of where are they?
20
They're late
somethings.
20 somethings. Yeah, just late 20 somethings. It's a pre-wedding party, and all of them show up, and then this one guy, fucking what the hell is his name? Free. Fuck, I
Freddy?
forgot his name.
I don't. That's the.
No, not.
What
I
was
don't
his
know.
name? Uh, that actually is a problem that I'll get to later. But the the
Yeah,
the main the guy he brings one of the guys he brings a machine to the wedding party,
his big machine,
and he's like,
and
yeah, you go ahead.
I can swap bodies, and so he tests out the machine. Everyone starts swaps bodies, and it starts out fun
They're
where they
playing
try and
Mafia,
guess.
right?
Yeah, it's basically mafia, werewolf, that kind of thing. Among Us. They're trying to figure out who's in whose body. And honestly, that they made that game look like something I actually want to play. Minus all the other shit that happens after the game.
Yeah, minus the
But
things that go wrong.
yeah, but that game actually seemed fun as hell. Also, I will say I did watch this one with my girlfriend too, and I think that helped me a lot because I suck at naming faces and having everybody switch the entire time got confusing for me, and so it's nice to have someone else to bounce off with, and also it really helped to be like bounce off each other and try to figure out who's who on our own. Excuse me.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
added a lot to it,
It's definitely
and
like
then
it's one of those movies where
yeah, go
like you
ahead.
hear the premise and you're like, wow, that sounds really cool. And then they actually executed it like well. They didn't mess it
And
up.
it's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually really cool.
Um,
Um,
I think an underrated thing here is some of the directing. Um, the use of like
mm,
there's like one of the characters in the movie. She's like an artist, and part of her artwork is she put like different colored paper over the art, and it lets you see different things. So like the camera, it uses color filters to like show who is who behind, like who is really in each body, and it's very
mm.
very neat how they do that.
Yeah, I think that was really cool actually. Now that you mention it, um, and just also once shit does hit the fan, which do
It
we care about
does.
spoiling shit? Do we care about
Um,
spoiling?
do you talk? I would talk vague. I don't know if you guys plan to watch it, Messer or Riley.
Mr. Riley, dude.
Um,
Maybe not. I'm not
maybe,
sure.
yeah.
Something
Here I'll
goes
try.
wrong.
I'll
Something goes,
just a
as you
little
can
bit.
imagine, with a bunch of drunk 20-year-olds who have swapped consciousness with each other.
Yes.
Something goes awry,
Yeah,
and
shit
then
hit
it
his fan.
becomes a whole situation of, oh, this is no longer a game. Who is in who?
Right.
We need to convince people to switch back. Someone's lying.
It
It's crazy.
like after shit hits the fan, you don't know where it's going, and it's awesome. Like I this is another movie that like I looked up how the people received it, after the fact, and I heard some people were like, it felt dead between like the game and when shit hits the fan. I never really
I
I
don't think
thought I thought it
so.
still worked
Because
just
like the
fine.
stuff that happens in between that is important for the climax. Like you need the
Yeah,
context for to like figure out where you're at.
yeah, yeah, exactly. It was like, I didn't really understand that, but like you said, I
Yeah.
loved it. I thought
The
it was really
only
good.
small critique I would have of this movie is Anthony, it is not your fault that you do not remember these characters' names. Because I didn't either, because some of them are a little underdeveloped, unfortunately. And I think
I
it's a fact that
can't
like
really
the
tell.
movie is pretty short and there's a lot of
Yeah,
people. It's like while we get a lot of development for like the main couple that we're following, some of the side characters I could not. You could hold a gun to my head, and I would never be able to tell you what their names were. Um,
uh,
which is a shame because in like mystery movies like this, where you're trying to figure out, I would say like in a Knives Out situation, the strong cast of characters is what makes those movies so good. And the fact that this movie
mm,
has just an okay cast of characters, I think holds it back a little bit for me. But other than that, this one's really great.
I will say to an extent, I think that's part of its strength is because everyone is so, like a better word, cliche,
Shallow, I
and
guess.
that makes yeah, but I think that makes it that helps when you're trying to figure out who's in who.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, this person's really talking like the hippie girl, or this person's really has the same mannerisms as this really shy guy who's like who stutters a lot, or something like that. Like having it be simple almost works in its favor,
yeah.
at least in that aspect. But I do
Anthony,
understand like there's no development.
where do you want to throw this one?
Hey, if we, I put a highly recommend, honestly.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I know,
I think you could throw this one on and just have a good time. It's not super long. It's
yeah,
not a huge commitment, and you would definitely have fun with it. Um,
yeah, 100%.
where's it? The Apprentice. I think I'm the only one who's seen this one. This is nominated for one Oscar. It's for best supporting. No, it's not. It's nominated for two Oscars: best actor and best supporting actor. And oh boy, does it deserve it! This is Sebastian Stan. You may know him from his iconic performance as Bucky Barn Winter Soldier. A real gripping performance there, I know. Did you know that he's actually an incredible actor? Because I didn't. If you were to say, name the best actors in the MCU, I would name, like, I don't know, Robert Downey Jr., um, and like a bunch of other people. Sebastian Stan would have never been on the top of my list until I saw this
Really,
movie. He
really.
is so good. Like it's crazy because when you see the premise of this movie and you're like, the Winter Soldier is playing Orange President Man in his youth. It is you just can't help but it's funny at first. It's very funny, and the thing the beginning of the movie plays into that because the beginning of the movie is very comedic, for lack of like it's still weird and gross, but like it's not taking itself too seriously because it knows that you are not taking it seriously yet. But then Sebastian Stan simply transforms. He's no longer himself. He just becomes Donald Trump before your eyes. It is actually crazy the performance he gives here. And he's backed by Jeremy Strong, who is giving an equally incredible performance um, as. Why am I blanking his name? He's a big New York lawyer, and he's essentially mentoring Donald Trump.
Oh,
Roy Khan, I think is his name.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Roy Khan. And he's also really great. There's a scene at the end of the movie where it's like Roy Khan's birthday, and there's like this like U.S. flag, and there's kids singing. It is the most haunting and like creepy scene I have seen in a movie this year. It is so unsettling. And like nothing
Really?
insane is happening in that scene. It's just the vibe of it is so off-putting that it makes you feel freaked out. Um, it doesn't really say anything. Like I don't think anyone here is a fan of Mr. Trump. If there's nothing new here that you don't already know.
Hmm.
But the performances make it so worth it. I put it in a highly recommended. It's not quite a peak cinema because again, it's not. You are everyone knows these things already. It is not a hot take to say that Donald Trump does not respect women or is bad with money or just screws over people. These are not new facts. It's just getting to see it like all in one place was very captivating to watch. Um, I would be totally fine if Sebastian Stan won Best Actor. I think he's my number two in that category. And I would put Jeremy Strong out of the options that it gave us. I think he deserves to win Best Supporting Actor for his job here. They're both phenomenal in this movie.
Okay.
Deadpool Wolverine. I skipped this one, but you guys didn't, so take it away.
All right. Messer, am I right in that it was the only MCU movie that came out last year, or was there another?
You are correct. There
I
was
think
some
you're correct.
shows, but no other movies.
Well, I mean, well, I can't say that. I did you watch it,
I mean,
Messer?
I did. I mean, I. It's the best Marvel movie that came out last year, I guess.
Yeah.
By default.
By
By
default, in that
default.
its competition was Madam Web and Kraven.
Don't forget Venom 3.
Who
Oh,
can
I
forget
those
Venom
did come
3?
out, huh?
look. Say what you will. Maybe I enjoyed the movie more than I should have because some people may say it's nostalgia bait. I loved it. Do I think it's like the best Marvel movie? No, probably not. But do I think it was a good movie? It was pretty good.
Well, how does it stack compared to the first two Deadpools?
Well, see, that's
I think it's very odd when you place it next to the first two
yeah,
Deadpool.
it is because it is
Is it?
still Deadpool-esque, but it's in a whole nother realm.
It feels glossier. I know they didn't intend for it to feel sort of more restrained, but it does feel slightly more restrained
It does
in
feel
what it can
slightly
do.
restrained. Yeah.
It I don't know. It feels like I I don't know. It feels like a Deadpool movie where they went, okay, we got Wolverine. What else do we do? And what they do is kind of interesting in that
It is kind of
it's a rib on all those old early 2000s Marvel / comic book movies. Do you guys care about spoilers for this movie?
I'm probably not gonna watch it.
Okay.
No, honestly.
Okay.
I
Because
mean
like
the
Blade
main
shows
thing you
up,
need to know,
Elektra shows up,
yeah.
that sort of thing. It 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 feels like it's really wanting to lean into the fact that like, hey, this era of comic book movies is sort of dead and discarded. Same with
Yeah.
like all the Fox comic book movies, like the
Ex-
Fantastic Four
ex-
and the
except
X-Men.
for Hugh Jackman because they make this joke in the movie that he'll be playing Wolverine till he's 90.
Yeah.
And
And
to be honest, they set him up as pretty much the main Wolverine, so
yeah, and I'm not in love with that.
no. They might do something where they, because look, let's be honest, he will probably show up in like Secret Wars and the one with Doom that comes before that, those two Avengers ones, and they might make somebody else a new Wolverine because the mutant saga is the whole next thing after these next two Avengers movies. It's gonna be like a lot of X-Men stuff.
I don't know if I trust the saga planning because the
I was
last
about to say,
saga went nowhere. We
this saga
never
was the multiverse saga, and it really kind of petered out and died in the end. So
we haven't had an
Um,
Avengers movie in 6 years.
so that's that's what I'm theorizing they'll do is he'll like be in those two and then either it's get wiped from existence or like just there's a new younger Wolverine that Deadpool has to be okay with. I would say it's a net positive.
I think it's a net positive as well.
Yeah.
I think it's got a few problems. I think it's got a weak supporting cast in that like the cameo characters are fine. I think it's what this movie is missing most is like is like this series's cast. Like Colossus isn't there. Like
Yeah.
I think that's the big one, honestly. If Colossus was in this movie, I think I would like it a lot more. But it's missing that connective tissue with the other two Deadpool movies, and it really I think hurts for it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think its positives definitely outweigh any bad. Like it has way more positive
I
than
would say
bad.
I still think it's fun, and I still
Yeah.
wouldn't call it a bad movie, but
No.
it's not like great. It's like a 6 out of 10.
Yeah, 6, 7 out of 10. What do we got next?
Count of Monte Cristo. I think I'm the only one who watched this, so
I didn't
it's
see it.
quick. It's very good. Um, it's adapting a very hard book to put into a movie, but I think it does a pretty good job. Um, it struggles a little bit with the characterization. I think the first hour of this movie is kind of just decent, but the last 2 hours are real good. Um, it is a revenge. It's the best revenge movie of the year for me, just because of the elaborate lengths that this man devises his revenge. He plans for like 10 years and specifically has an individual revenge plan for each person that screwed him over to spite them in like the worst way possible. And it is the scenes where he's doing the things to spite them when like they don't even know what's going on are so good. Um, really great stuff here. It does start with some characterization in the beginning, which I think is a shame because I think if it had that, I would put it a little bit higher. But oh, it also has one of my favorite scores out of any movie this year. The music in this movie is really, really good. I don't care that it didn't get a nom because this is a French movie that didn't even get a release in the U.S. So I don't. No one saw this movie unless it was on your radar. But if you do get the chance to see it, I think it's definitely worth checking out. I'd throw this in a highly recommended. It's very good. And then Riley, we both saw Nutcrackers, right?
No, I asked for your opinion on it if I should watch it or not with my family. I never got around to watching it.
Nutcrackers is fine. If you've seen a Hallmark movie, you have seen this movie. But as far as Hallmark movie goes, it's not a bad one. It looks real pretty. They shot it on like actual film, and you can tell. Um, and I mean, yeah, the plot is it is a Hallmark plot. He has a big business meeting that he's got to get back to town with, but then he gets stuck with these kids, and oh, what's he gonna do? Are you gonna really abandon that business meeting to make you billions of dollars just so you can look over to these kids for an extra day? If you do go to that business meeting, you're a real heartless person, you know. Um, we don't even know the name of his company. He just says he works for a business.
Ah, a business.
Yeah. It's like, oh, is he gonna go back to Chicago or stay in the small town? And it's like, all right, yeah. Anyways, but it's got it looks good. It's got some heart in it. I don't mind it. It's a movie. I don't hate it. It's a movie that exists, but as far as Hallmark movies go, that's actually a compliment.
All right.
All right, now Messer and I are gonna fight over this one. It's flow time.
Time to flow.
Time to flow.
Okay, sorry, my thing was bugging
Oh,
out.
Anthony's also seen flow.
Yes, I've seen Flow.
Um, I'll just go over the premise for Riley. Uh, you follow a cat, and the biblical flood happens, and he is stuck on a boat, and he picks up some animals along the way. That is the movie.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is the plot.
Yeah.
How much you enjoy that plot is very much dependent on if the other things going on in the movie worked for you.
Yeah.
I would like to hear Messer's take. I know you were not a fan.
Really?
Yeah. I don't really think. I think this movie is beautiful. I think it's got some fun parts. Like I like the capybara and how sort of sassy he is. Um, and I like the cute little relationship with the bird and the cat.
Mm,
But those feel like that's like I don't know. That's not a lot of the film to me. A lot of the film to me is the cat looking at things happen, and then like a disaster happens, and then an animal that they pick up on the boat might cause a problem, like the lemur or uh, what's the one that I'm thinking of that causes the most issues?
The dog gang.
the dogs?
The dog gang. Yeah, the dog gang.
Dog end.
And like they're cute and they're fun sometimes, but I don't think that for me that couldn't carry the movie for its whole runtime. By the time it was ending, I was like, okay, I think I'm over it a bit.
Mm.
Yeah, I think for what carries the movie for me, I do agree. Like, I think in the middle, some of the bits with the cat were it was starting to drag a little for me. But I think what really held this movie up for me was the kind of environmental mystery that is the going on in the background throughout the whole movie. Like,
Mm.
it is assumed that this is Earth, but like I don't know what version of Earth because there's nowhere that looks like this movie.
Yeah.
um,
No.
it has such a cool. There's so many cool environments in this movie. Like there's a city of just these towering rock spires, and it's so cool to look at. Like even if nothing is happening, you're just always getting shown new cool environment stuff that's going on. And I think my favorite part of the environment, because the environment is what drives the story here, because the animals don't really have any
Yeah.
control in this
Yeah.
situation. They're stuck on the boat; they can't do anything. Um, there's this whale thing. It's like a leviathan
Oh,
esque
well.
creature,
Yeah.
and it just has so much aura. Not in like the cringe way, but like every time it shows
Aura.
up, it's just the coolest. I was like, what is this? I was like, literally, I was trying to figure out, I was like, what is this creature? Like, what does it like represent? Like, what is the metaphor here? And I think the last scene with it is phenomenal. Um,
Mm.
like, I think the ending of this movie is really, really strong. Um,
Yep.
in that how it mirrors the beginning. Where, like in the beginning, the cat is alone, and this terrible cataclysm happens, and at the end, he has survived the cataclysm, and all these horrible things have happened, but now he is surrounded by family. Um,
Yep.
and I think the way the whale ties into that is throughout the movie, it's just this like impossibly powerful seeming force of nature. Like you have no idea what it is. It's like hard to even comprehend. And then at the end, it is reduced to this like mortal being, and it's dying. And the
Mm.
cat, which has been terrified of this thing the whole time, realizes that despite how big and powerful this thing is, it is just as weak to like the environmental change as he is, and he's able to comfort it in those final moments, and I thought that was really cool. Anthony, I don't know if you've got
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
stuff you want to add.
Honestly, I just kind of agree with everything you said because, like, yes, it's the world building, for lack of a better word, that that drove me throughout the entire movie. Like, there's another one with my girlfriend, and she was kind of on the same boat as you, Messer. With those, she was more kind on the fact that like no one talks, there's no dialogue, which I get, I understand, but also I just like seeing cute animals and cool shit, and I got exactly that. And I like you said, having a mirror at the very end where the cat is alone, and how the cat's learned to like, in a way, be vulnerable, I guess, or like accept help from others and like being with other people. Um, like I get. I'm sorry, but yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
And it is among, I think, among most things though, is just pure eye candy,
it is a gorgeous movie.
which
Yeah.
absolutely, absolutely is phenomenal. I
And it's
think,
all made in Blender. It was made with a free software.
yeah, that too. That also like
Okay.
blew me away.
It's made with like
Just
a
like,
tiny ass team of people in an open source free software.
honestly, this makes me. I really hope. I know probably you might not, but I hope we get more shit like this. Just from a tiny ass team and open source software, because it's almost inspiring in a way. It's really cool. I put it in.
For me, it would be peak, but I also
I
understand that like
I know what
if
I
someone watched this movie and told me it wasn't really my thing, I wouldn't be mad at them for it. I wouldn't be like, oh, what are you talking about? Like, I could understand someone like not vibing with it.
yeah, yeah. I think I don't actually think it's love or hate it, but like I think it is. I can definitely see differences.
Yeah,
But I agree with
I'd
Peak.
be
I just
okay.
want to bump it down to what's my god? What's the second
I would put
highest?
it in like a highly recommended. I think it's worth checking out at least once. If you hate it,
Yep.
don't watch it
I mean,
again.
I can certainly agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you hate it, don't watch it again. You agree with that
I
sentiment,
mean,
Master?
I mean, if you, I mean, I certainly think most people should watch the movie. Like, I don't think it's a bad movie. I just think
Hmm.
it wasn't for me. It's not my kind of thing.
Yeah, that's that.
Yeah.
I have similar feelings to Messenger for another movie that we're gonna get to on this list, but we're not there yet. um, okay, well, I'm fine putting it, lowering it to a highly recommended for me if
Yep.
we're
I'm fine with
in
that.
agreement with that. Um, I would be okay if this wins Best Animated Feature. It's not my number one pick, but I wouldn't mind if it did. It won at the Golden Globes already, so I don't think it needs more publicity. I think it's got enough. But if it does, I would be okay with that.
I think you do some more. I think it would be a bad thing.
Orion and the Dark. Anthony, we both saw this one.
We did. There's nothing. I saw last year with my girlfriend now realizing this was something
Before The
cartoon.
Wild Robot came out, this was the best DreamWorks movie that came out this year. Because
I
Concrete
honestly
Days
just
4 was real bad.
I forgot this was DreamWorks. Not gonna lie.
It's straight to streaming, so this didn't get a
Yeah.
theatrical release. And I understand why, because if this was in theaters, it would have bombed.
Yeah.
It is a
Like
very. I'll let
it's
you share
cute.
your thoughts on this one first.
I think it's very cute. And but to be honest, I think it's kind of all it has. It's cute. The animation, it looks nice. It looks pretty. May not necessarily know flow level of eye candy, but it's kind of pretty. Um, but yeah, it's cute. I think that's all I gotta say about it.
I actually have a lot of opinions on this movie.
Really.
I think I agree with you that the animation is the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
It switches between 2D and 3D sometimes, and that's really cool. I think the visuals are really good here, especially for a movie that's straight
Mm.
to streaming and probably didn't have as big of a budget. Um, but this is such a bizarre movie. It's like six
Yeah.
movies in one. It like can't decide what it wants to be. It's both simultaneously like a kid's movie about a kid growing up, but also wants to be an adult movie that like has a commentary on the existence of permanence and darkness and light and these like ethereal concepts. And it can't figure out how to blend them together, so it just throws them all in like a blender, and you get like six movies packed into one, and they're all cool individually, but they don't form a cohesive story whatsoever.
Yeah, and then I'm assuming you guys are gonna watch it, but then like I was gonna go and fucking spoil it. When they switch to like, oh, it's actually the dad.
Yeah,
He's
they
telling the
they
story to
explain.
his kid.
Yeah, this style explain away the movie not making any sense. Is it like, oh, it's a dad telling a story to his kid,
Yeah, and he's making shit up on the spot.
but then the movie keeps going. That's not
And
how
then
it
he's
does.
yeah.
It still keeps going. It throws more stuff at you, and it's like, well, actually, um, this is not the dad telling the story to his kid. This is the kid's kid, and the story is just constantly evolving. And it's like, what is happening?
It's like that.
I don't
I
know
think
what's
that's
going on.
cute. Like I said, this sort of thing I think is cute, but it's also yeah, like you said, it's not. It doesn't make for the most cohesive
Yeah,
overall
I
story.
I think it has a lot of really cool ideas, but it needed to pick like two. Pick two of them
It needed
and just go with those.
it needed to make up its mind.
Yeah. I will say I would rather have a movie like this because this at least shows me that DreamWorks is willing to try out weird things, which I already knew about them,
Yeah,
but like this showed me like okay, they're just throwing ideas at the wall, seeing what works. And I hope
yeah,
they
yeah,
learn from this movie and take the good things and make a much better one. But it is
yeah.
a very flawed. I'd put it in net positive. I think there's some good stuff here, but I don't think it is a cohesive enough picture for me to fully recommend it.
I think that's yeah, I think that's understandable.
Ah, the time has come, gentlemen. A movie we've
All right, this
all
is the Alma.
seen.
This is the Alma.
Oh, Anthony, did you skip this one?
I have
I
not seen it.
yes, on principle, I skipped it.
Oh, wait. Riley, you haven't seen this either?
No, but I know
Oh yeah,
enough about
You
Messer,
guys
it
are
was
both.
it.
only you and I who weathered the storm.
You guys are both missing
once
out.
again, once
This is
again.
this belongs in peak cinema.
All right.
This
I
if
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
no, I'm not being serious, but like
I
if
would.
there was a cat if there was a
Yeah.
category, even apart from Cocaine Bear,
Yeah,
that
it's
was
like I
just
don't even know if like Cocaine Bear is the right tier for this because
even there should be a tier for one of the greatest trash fire train wrecks I've ever seen put to screen. It
it is
it is,
astounding the level that this movie doesn't work on every fundamental level.
and in the way that it doesn't work, it's amazing. It's what I don't know that there's a more memorable film that I've seen recently. Madam Webb will sit in the banks of my mind as a go-to
Garbage
awful,
film.
terrible movie that I will watch sometimes.
If I just want to
Like,
look at a movie and laugh at it and
yeah,
laugh at its sheer unparalleled incompetence. You take for granted the things that this movie gets wrong. Other movies that are like even like really bad movies like Borderlands and Emilia Perez, they at least fixed the audio before sending it out. This
Wait,
movie sounds
what?
like we recorded it and just said, fuck, it's fine. Ship it as is. The dialogue
No
does not
way.
match what the characters are saying.
My main man, Ezekiel
My
Sims,
my goat
said
Ezekiel Sims.
opens his mouth and words never come out that he's saying.
Oh man. Not to mention, they give him some of the worst dialogue you will ever hear in a movie. The things that are ADR'd into that man's mouth are incoherent.
On
You
another
have no
level,
idea what that man will say next. Or what he will do for that matter. His plan makes nothing in this movie makes sense.
the his, the plot of this movie is so incomprehensibly dumb that I it it deserves awards. It
It should sweep the Razzies.
it it should.
Because yeah, that's the best way. The best way I can describe it is that anything that you think could go wrong in a movie is wrong here. But the fact that every single thing is wrong, is kind of incredible in its own way. Um, I would put this in a cocaine bear. I don't think this is an evil movie.
I have to agree. I think this is the top of Cocaine Bear. I don't think there's ever been a more Cocaine Bear movie. Even Cocaine Bear might not reach these levels.
Yeah, like not to mention the Sony versus canceled. We're not getting more of
It's
this.
over.
So
Yeah.
this movie is not causing any bad things that they can take the funds that they made from this movie and put it into the next Spider-Verse, which is probably never coming
If
out.
I
But
say if that ever happens now.
but oh man, if I were to look at this objectively, this might be the worst movie of the year. Like, but in terms of how enjoyable it is to watch, this is
It's
a
an
cocaine bear.
experience.
This is an
It
experience like no
is
other.
now Esteban, is this the most enjoyable Sonyverse movie? Because
Mm,
it's over now.
Who
We have to determine.
I would
I
I
say
think
no.
it, I think it is, but it depends on what you're looking for.
Because
Oh yeah.
I would say
If you're
I
looking
enjoy
for a
watching this
shitpost,
movie.
then this is the one.
I would say I enjoy watching this movie more than I will enjoy watching Venom 1. I'll say that.
Yeah, like in terms of like if you're looking for unadulterated garbage for a movie night, this is the pick. Because some of the other Sony movies are not bad enough to be that funny. Like Venom 1
Note the
is
other two on this list.
the Venoms in general are too competent to
Well,
be and well, not well, Venom
the
3 is
second one,
brutal.
the second one is, I think it gets halfway to Madam Web tier, but
Yeah.
that's like the only one.
Yeah, this is an experience like no other. I don't think we'll ever get it'll be a long time before we get a big budget movie that is this bad. And I'm gonna miss that we don't get these anymore.
All right,
Beverly Hills.
is this a solo one for me again?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In the age of threequels and reboots, this is not a reboot, it's more of a fourth sequel. It is not bad. I think either before or after watching this, I went and watched the original, or I say original, the first one. The first one is fun. Uh, it's pretty good. This one is, I mean, it's I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of looking at it kind of like the Beekeeper. It's fun. It's, I mean, is it just kind of playing on nostalgia for the most part? Yeah, it's not super really original. I mean, Eddie Murphy's playing, his character. He's estranged from his daughter, who's a defense attorney. They both get involved in the same police case. There's some familiar faces. I mean, it's just kind of an average sequel to an 80s movie that we keep getting. I would put it probably next to Beekeeper.
In Cocaine Bear?
Uh, I think so, because I don't think it really does anything super positive, because it's just I mean it's just Beverly Hills Cop, right? It's Eddie Murphy playing the same character. He gets into some conspiracy involving police stuff. There's action. It doesn't do anything new, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but is it insane enough to be a Cocaine Bear?
Um, Actually, maybe it's just a movie that exists.
Okay.
But I would for sure put it, I think, well,
I mean, a movie that exists isn't bad. It's just
no, it's not bad.
there.
Yeah, I think it's just a movie that exists. Doesn't do anything special. I mean, it's not like I walked away from the movie being like, wow, that movie did something I'd never seen before.
Okay. If do you guys remember seeing the trailers for this in every theater for 3 months?
Yeah, I remember the
Yep.
I
trailers.
remember the trailer for this movie. Anthony, you
Did
watched
anyone?
it.
I was just saying, did
I
anyone
yeah,
see this
I
movie?
watched it with my mother this time. It's okay. It's a pretty decent family movie. There's nothing too special. The whole thing is that they're imaginary. It's like Foster's
We've seen the
imaginary
trailer. We know the
friends.
concept of the movie.
Yeah, okay, you get the general concept. It's If I'm being honest, I want to talk more about how shit Craven is than how okay this movie is. So let's just put it in movie that exists. Let's move
Movie that
on to
exists. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm
let's just move on
excited
to
for
Craven. I
this.
want to talk about more.
Craven.
I want to talk more of that.
Craven the Hunter.
It's
Oh,
Craven, baby. It's
Craven.
Craven,
Oh
baby.
Are
man.
So
This was
all
unironically one of my most anticipated movies for this year.
that I can understand that, dude. It's the last Sony movie.
Oh man. When
and I think
this
in
Um
year
that
first started, we didn't know the bountiful harvest Sony had prepared for
We
us.
we didn't know.
And then Madam
We could
Web
not see
happened,
Craven.
and I realized, oh my gosh, this is gonna be incredible.
Was it
Craven.
incredible?
However,
We
I would
we
say
were craving for Craven.
Craven, as much as I wanted to love it, it
Is
disappointed me.
it's not Madam
oh
Web.
It's
I
one of the. Yes, yeah, you go ahead.
I saw, and we talked about this after we watched the movie, but I saw a very good comment on, I don't know, Reddit or something, that explained it perfectly, that if you don't look at it as a superhero movie and just kind of like a revenge, slightly, fantastical, with the animal stuff, if you look at it as just kind of like a revenge action movie, you could mindlessly throw it on and be like, oh, hey, that guy kind of died different or something. It's an average, even kind of below average
I'd say
action
average is a bit
flick,
generous.
below average action flick, sorta. As a comic book movie,
Yeah.
it is dog water. It sucks so bad,
It, it
because
was
the
something
thing we
special.
all agreed on is that this is not a Kraven that would fight Spider-Man,
No, it's not.
where the whole point of
No,
these movies were to set up Spider-Man villains. This is not
And
a Kraven who would fight Spider. Spoiler alert for anybody who watches this.
Well,
I mean,
He-
Who
he
the hell's
hates-
gonna watch this?
That's
hold
not a
on, Riley.
problem I would
Who-
blame on
Well-
Kraven alone, because that is every Sonyverse movie. None of these
Well,
He-
also,
villains.
He hates bad guys, guys.
well,
Yeah.
hold on.
Craven hates
Let's
bad
not get ahead of
guys.
ourselves here. He hates spiders. He's got a
Yeah.
fear of them.
Yes,
He
Oh,
might.
yeah.
He
They
might
Oh,
fight
established
okay.
Spider
He does
Man.
have
in
fear
that
of
one
spiders.
scene that they didn't foreshadow at all.
He has a fear
Yeah.
of spiders, but then he's like,
And that's-
drug dealers are bad.
Poachers are bad.
Right.
Poachers and poachers are bad.
Drug dealers.
But
Bad.
that was the only, like, even then, the guy hunts animals in the comics.
Yeah, I know. He's called the Hunter.
Kraven the Hunter. He finds animals that will pose a great challenge and hunts them.
No, poaching is wrong, Riley. Kraven would never support
But
that.
in the
But also,
the
he
movie,
wears the fucking lion
He doesn't.
jacket.
He gets that at the very end.
he gets it at the
No, that's
very
what I'm
end.
saying.
Even
He
though,
still wears it.
Is deceit and lies.
yeah,
He still wears a
Sits
fucking
in that
lion jacket.
chair. That big horned chair is never in the movie. And
until the
he
very
only
end.
gets-
Oh
that's
wait,
not even
no,
the same
no.
chair.
Even
it's a different
it's
chair.
not even the same. Yeah,
And he only gets his lion coat in the last minute of the movie.
yeah.
I
Made
guess
from-
technically no, because there's the post-credit
Oh.
scene that they just didn't even bother
Threw
putting
in.
the credits. It just keeps going.
It's so bad.
It's real bad, but it's
It's
not
just
bad
Yeah.
enough.
Let's not forget. I will say, this movie did have at least two
It has
quite
two things
entertaining
I like.
villains.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement on
Oh,
this one.
do you think
Our-
we can? Do you think we
our-
can somehow put in the clip of Rhino making that noise they should have
Oh,
cleared
it's
out
going in. There's
in ADR?
the noise the rhino utters is unlike anything you have ever seen.
Dead.
He simply just does it because he can. And then the movie just moves on. Like nothing happened.
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
I can't recreate the noise he made.
fuck.
I do.
It's like
No human can. Only a rhino could have made that
Yeah,
noise.
the
You have to
iconic rhino
synthetically
noise.
generate that sound.
Brutal screech.
We have our main man, the rhino, and our mid boss, the most powerful man on the planet.
I would say the most powerful man in the Sonyverse.
Honestly, yeah.
Can Null stop time? I don't think so. This
And then he just gets
boss-
fucking shot in the eye like nothing.
I
And
don't
it's so
remember his name.
bullshit.
What is his name?
I don't remember.
He's hit from Dragon Ball Super, I
Yeah,
think.
he's just hit from Dragon Ball. Shows up unannounced and just starts killing. He kills every
Okay.
person that he runs into, whether or
Can I
not
just
he
point
needs
out-
to. And not only
Can I
that,
just point it?
he'll use his time ability not to kill the person, just to freak him out a little bit before he then just shoots them in the head like a normal person.
Yeah, that's my thing. He does like at the beginning, all sorts of the time he uses time counter, he goes 1, and he just starts counting down. And then sometimes he just doesn't say it, and he just still goes back in time. And so it's just like, does he just want to? Does he just do it because he wants to? Like, why is he? It's just so fucking stupid. Cause like, why?
It's a fun villain quirk. You gotta understand.
I will say
Just
there's a brief period of about 20 minutes in this movie where I was unironically just having a good time. Because we had both of our campy, absurd villains, and then Kraven, the man who we've been shown, is a pretty chill guy. Doesn't really he does hurt people, but he's pretty reasonable, you know? Doesn't kill you unless you
Mhm.
really force him to. Starts eviscerating people. The stuff he does to the goons in the forest
We have
is
Oh
Demon
yeah.
Slayer level fatality.
We have
Oh,
we
yeah,
have
yeah,
Kraven's infamous cock trap.
yeah. Yeah, context. Now, obviously, we can't put this in the video, but
Oh my god.
Yes,
He
we
gets a
can. We're
Kraven,
giant
putting it. We're
axe
putting it in the
blade
video. Put it
stuck
in the
to a
video, Esteban.
tree.
yeah,
He
that well,
ties the man's legs apart and then splits him in half
yep.
on the axe blade.
And they fully like CG it too. Like you see the guy like just explode. It is the most brutal kill in the movie.
It's
For
horrible.
no reason. It's just a random goon. He
He
just
doesn't
fucking
do that.
gets
Yeah, he doesn't do any of the
eviscerated.
main villains. He just like, you there? You're getting your cock split in half.
Yeah, like the spike trap, like the Vietnam spike trap I get, the bear claw or the bear trap thing was cool how he threw it on the guy's head. And then he
Yeah.
just kills that guy in a horrible way.
It's not even an efficient way to kill someone.
No, he splits him in half. He turns him
He
into
just
goo.
specifically fucked this one guy.
Viscera.
It's just like,
Oh man. But then the rhino stops talking and the movie gets bad again.
Yeah.
And the
The,
ending fight is
mm,
kinda lame.
yeah.
Which is why
It just kind of happens, and
I
then it's
would rate
over.
this movie in a disappointment.
I would too.
Yeah, I would too.
I wanted it to
To
be
be worse.
worse. And it is bad. And there's moments here where it really does shine. But most of it is just subpar action movie. And that is disappointing note for Sony to go out on.
It's a wet fart. A
Brutalist.
wet fart for the single life.
Brutalist.
I have not seen this yet, but I
I have
really
not seen
want
it yet
to.
either.
I watched this in theater. It is long.
Ooh.
It's like
You
4
think
hours, isn't it?
movies are long? You have not seen this movie. There's an
Is it?
intermission.
There's an intermission?
You get a 15-minute break in the middle to go get a drink, stretch, do whatever.
Wow.
It is
Is it?
that long.
What did you think of it?
Wow.
I think the first half of this movie is real good. It's simple. It's very
Yeah,
much a
it's a
simple story
it's like a
and
immigrant
simple
story,
message.
right?
It's a very simple immigrant story about the American dream. And the first half of this movie, I don't have too many problems with. Pacing's a little but honestly, the first half of this movie is really good. Then the second half happens, and I'm like, oh, decisions are being made here in the writer's room that I don't really like. I don't. A thing happens to our main character that I don't think needed to happen, and it felt like trauma porn.
Oh.
Um, and then this also, the second half of the movie starts throwing propaganda in your face. Um,
Like what?
and then the movie ends, and you think it's over, and I'm like, I didn't really like that second half that much. And then it hits you with an epilogue, and that epilogue is
What?
awful. I hated it. It takes any possible interpretation you could have had of the movie, any unique interpretation, and throws it straight in the garbage and tells you directly what this movie is about and what you should think about it. I
Huh.
was at a I walked out of that movie with Seth, and we were like, let's get to the car before we talk about this because everyone seems to really like this movie, and we both got to the car, and then we're like, all right, now let's talk about why the movie we just watched is, well, will say it to you all. This is Zionist propaganda.
Thing.
Which is very disappointing. That's the best way I could put it. I was disappointed by this movie. I thought, I don't know what I thought, but I was not expecting. I will say, if you're gonna watch a piece of propaganda, it's real well made. It's shot real great. Acting's good. Score is good. Everything technical about this movie is really, really good. But it has some messages in here that I really, really, and I mean really, do not like. Um,
Huh.
yeah, I don't know. I would have to put this in a disappointment. As much good as there is in this movie, like I think this is a better movie than A Complete Unknown, but the amount of things in the second half that rubbed me the wrong way, I just can't excuse. Um, I do expect this to win a lot of awards at the Oscars because it's nominated for, I think, what, 10 things?
Ow.
Um, yeah, where is it? What is this movie called?
Brutalist? Is that what you're
Brutalist.
trying to say?
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, I have it on here somewhere. The Brutalist. Okay, it's nominated for
There
Best
it is.
Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Cinematography, Directing, Editing, Score, Best Picture, Production Design, Original Screenplay. Honestly, I think it. I'm fine with it. Its nomination for actor, supporting actor. Supporting actress is a little weak, but honestly, I looked at the supporting actress category. There's only one. I think there's one clear winner in that category. I think the rest of the people they nominated for supporting actress are fine, but there's one that is way above the rest, and this is not one of them. Felicity Jones, she's good in this movie, but she's only in it in the second half. She's not in it at all in the first. So she's limited by just what she gets to do.
Right.
Cinematography is great. Directing is story. I would not give it directing, but cinematography, yes, it's well edited. The score is very good. I wouldn't give it best picture for reasons that I've already stated, and I think it deserves production design as well. I wouldn't give it original screenplay, but basically, my all of my problems with this movie are the story and the writing. Everything technical about this movie is great. I think it deserves the praise that it's getting for that stuff. But yeah, it is. It's simultaneously both very critical of the American capitalist state and very pro Israeli imperialism at the same time, which is a weird fence to sit on, for lack of a better words.
Yeah.
Look Back is here.
Our Tatsuki Fujimoto project of Chainsaw Man fame.
Yeah, I looked up the director for it. I was like, wow, this guy's done a bunch of stuff. People love this one. I
It's very high on my list of to watches.
I think this similar to Anthony with like the Dìdi stuff. This is a movie that you have to relate to personally, and I just couldn't. Which is weird because a lot of the stuff in the movie should be relatable to me, but I couldn't connect to the characters. I don't think it's bad by any means, but since I literally there was such an emotional disconnect for me with this movie, I would for me personally, I think you guys might get something completely different out of this movie. Um, so I was, and it's only 50 minutes long, or like 55. I would say it's worth checking out, but I would only put it in a net positive. Since it's so short, I will invite it to the barbecue, but I didn't love this one really that much. I just thought it was good.
Dang.
But I think that is because I could not connect to the characters. I think people with different lives, you guys might connect to the characters a ton and love it. So this was just me. I couldn't really get into it. Roadhouse. This is one of Riley's.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I've never seen the original Roadhouse. According to my father, it's nothing to write home about to begin with. Like it wasn't a crazy good movie back in the 80s or whatever. This is gosh. It's Cocaine Bear. Like I'm gonna be straight up. It is if you looked at it as a critic, it's I mean, it's a mindless action movie with, pretty much the exact same story, I'm guessing. Like the whole premise is the same, that like he protects this bar and stuff. However, my God, does Conor McGregor need to do more acting because he is the highlight in this movie for me. He is hilarious. It seems like they let him do whatever drugs he normally does, and they just gave him his lines and filmed him. Like he is so funny in this movie. Uh the whole ending fight scene is very fun. Like you can tell that like Jake like was taking notes from Connor and like seriously like at some point it may be hard to tell if they're pulling punches or not. Because like it looks like they're seriously like beating the crap out of each other. Um it's it's fun, right? Like it's definitely Esteban, put it above Madam Web for me, please.
I mean, these aren't
I
in an order.
oh but it's just it's fun. Conor McGregor, I think, is the best part about the movie. Uh, the action is neat. I know it had a lot of controversy because Amazon put it straight to streaming, and the director like almost nearly like pulled out of like having anything to do with the movie after he was done with it. Because they did that, but they did get like a premiere in New York or something. Like it opened in a theater for like the whole crew and cast, at the very least. But do I think it would have made a ton of money at the box office? Uh, n- Probably not. Do I think it was unfair if it was intended to be released in the box office? Yeah. But it's a crazy like nuts to butts action movie. That really makes me like Conor McGregor as a actor. That's my take.
All right. Cool, cool, cool. Red versus Blue movie. Oh boy. Messer, we've pretty much already talked about this whole thing.
Have we?
Yeah. Um, your enjoyment of this movie is determined on how nostalgic you're feeling. Because as a movie, it's not good. It is a bad
No.
movie.
It's I would even say it might be the worst animated, if we can even call it worst animated movie on this entire list
Um, it has
by a long shot
like
as well.
one funny bit that we've agreed on the funny bit. We were both like,
Yeah.
yeah, we both there's like a Zoom security team and it's kind of funny.
Yes.
But the fact that like we both went to that one joke and we're like, yeah, that was funny, and then couldn't think of anything else. Red versus Blue is it's comedy. It's you're supposed to be laughing the whole time. One landed joke is not gonna cut it.
Yeah.
However, with all of that said, I will be graceful to this movie because it is a miracle it exists at all. They made this in a month.
But
They
see,
this was supposed to be a season, and they were like, "Nah, you don't got time for a season. Cut it down to like a movie." And they were like, "All right, you don't got time to make a movie that long. Cut it down again." Like, and they were like, they barely even got this thing out. Um,
but is it right to give them grace for that? Because this this comes the only reason this movie exists is because the series got handled so badly for the last few seasons that they had to make this.
I
Like
guess.
that's the only reason this exists. So I, for me, it's like it's damage control and not very good damage control on the last few seasons of the show.
Yeah, it does retcon what 15, 16, 17, 18, 15, 16, 17, and 0. And
Yep.
so it retcons 5 seasons of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I watched this like as Rooster Teeth was closing down, so I think that's why I was very generous to it in my review, because I was like, dang, this sucks. Part of my childhood that's going away. But now that we are farther away from that, I don't think anybody really needs to watch this movie.
Oh,
No.
we should note that Rooster Teeth is back.
What do you mean it's back?
It is back.
Bernie Burns
did
bought
buy the
Rooster
company
Teeth
back.
Okay, I'm gonna just pretend
But
it's dead because
yeah,
there's no way that turns out
I
well.
I don't see that going well. So
This is a bad movie. It's not an evil one,
unfortunately,
but it is a bad movie. Rebel
if you're watching
Ridge.
the series,
Oh yeah,
stop at season 13.
13 is the stopping point. You can watch
I
14.
I would say watch season 14 if you want some fun little things,
Yeah,
but
but
13 is where the actual story ends.
yes, it is.
Rebel Ridge. All right. Once again, another Netflix. This is an action movie. Um, the basic premise is the the main character. Um, I don't think he's living in the small town, but he gets a call that his cousin, I think it's his cousin, got arrested and is gonna go to jail like within 24 or 48 hours or something. However, it's a thing to where like if he goes to jail, his old like his cousin's uh previous criminal, like he's kind of like turned his life around, but his cousin's previous like criminal stuff, he'll get killed if he goes to this certain prison. So the main character is like trying to get to the station or the courthouse to bail him out. Um, and he gets uh basically this is like a situation, if anybody's seen The Shield, where like it's a small town, the police department on the outside is not corrupt, but they are corrupt like on the inside, and that gets found out over the course of the movie. Except for, oh wait, no, she's not. Never mind. Uh, so basically, the main character gets into a accident caused by the local small town police. They find that he has like all the bail money in cash, and they confiscate it. And basically, it's just a fun action movie about like him helping out the female lead that he meets because she has some stuff going on. He helps her out, and they work to take down this corrupt small town police sheriff's department. The main actor is actually he got cast as John Stewart in the new Green Lantern show that's coming out in James Gunn's whole DCU. So, and this movie I think definitely earns him credit for that. He's a very, at least I thought he was a very, he had a very good presence as a actor, leading actor in this. So I'm excited to see how he'll be as John Stewart. But it's a movie that exists. I mean, did it do anything super special? Not really. I mean, it's kind of more of just like a, it is a movie that's there, and then it kind of has like a kind of subtle message about like police corruption and, you know, to officials getting away with things because they have more power, things like that. But it's a action flick. You know, I would recommend it just for like a one-time watch and like to just fully sit down and watch it. Uh, yeah, I mean, a generic action flick that I enjoyed.
All right. The idea of you is a movie based on a fanfic written about Harry Styles.
Oh,
Wait, what?
It's a movie that exists. Anne
For
Hathaway
better or worse?
is in this movie.
Oh, this movie. Anne Hathaway is a cougar in this movie,
She is
sort of.
sort of the kind of the movie tries to say something about how it's actually okay what she's doing, and like, yeah, like if you were in a vacuum, sure, because he in the movie they also age him up. In reality, Harry Styles was 17, but in this movie he's 23 or something.
Oh, this is based off of a real thing?
Yes,
Oh.
but the falls apart when you take into context that she has a teenage daughter in high school who was getting extremely bullied because of that, and also he's a 21-year-old pop star who is mentally a teenager. Of course, this relationship wasn't going to work out. What were you thinking? Um, but Anne Hathaway's trying real hard in this movie. She's not phoning it in. I thought this would be a perfectly fine plane watch. I was wrong. There is a lot of sex in this movie. I was watching it on the plane, and there were people behind me, and I was like, oh no. I had to fast forward through a lot of scenes. Um, the fact that it's even passable is more than I thought. I thought this was going to be really bad. And it's just okay. Slightly below average. It is a movie that exists if you if like you were into romance movies and you threw this on the TV, you would not have a horrible time. Okay, Riley, or not Riley, Anthony. This one's yours. Sing 'em again.
Singham. Okay, I know we've seen RR. Has anyone else seen Singham? I know we've seen it.
I have not seen it. I think you're the only one who's seen it.
No, like the original one.
Yeah,
We saw it around the same time with some. Or maybe we watched it with like Hayden and someone else. I don't know. But it's fucking batshit crazy, fucking Indian film. Um, it's very much in the same vein as our. I don't think anyone's actually that. Is RRR familiar to anyone?
we've seen
Either.
RRR.
yeah.
We've seen the
Yeah.
It's like
masterpiece that is RRR.
it's like that. It's more of that shit. It's more of that. It's
Is
just
it
so off the wall.
is it
It's
on
yes,
the
is
same level as RRR though?
I believe so. I believe
Really?
maybe, well, maybe not the swinging under the fucking bridge and then linking arms type shit,
Does he
but
throw a tiger at another man?
okay, doesn't throw a tiger at another man. Um, I wrote down some crazy shit that happens. Um, let's see. Within the first 15 minutes, there was at least four car crashes, two over the top car flips, and they have sung Singham at least 2 dozen times. Um, and then the main villain, who's Danger, I think it was Danger something, Danger Lanka, had a kid that he seemed to explicitly have just to have it set on fire. So it looked cool, a one shot, and then he beheaded a man, and then he killed another one with a machete that he held in his mouth. And I only mentioned that Singham keeps wearing down a button down that's buttoned down really low for some reason. Lots of Singham cleavage. Um,
That's incredible.
there was another point where Singhan's partner holds back several men with a single baseball bat and casually rips off a door of a car. Just casually fucking tears it off. Um, another one of Singhan's friends or members group, whatever, he has a whip that's on fire and starts killing people with it. Like just a metal whip and just fucking people.
Yeah, Anthony, I'm gonna stop you
Um,
there. You've told me enough. I don't want to know more.
look, it's
I will
fucking
see for myself.
it's cocaine. It is Cocaine Bear. I will say, Singham Again is I think the I want to say fifth installment in an actual series. I did not watch any of the movies. You don't have to. You really don't. You just need to know that for this series, it's kind of Avengers and like it's a big crossover. You don't need to know who everyone else is. It doesn't matter. Just watch them beat the shit out of people. That's all you need. It's so
Okay.
good. Such a cocaine.
Okay. Sonic 3 time. We saw this in theaters.
We did.
Yes.
It's good. Yeah,
That's the end sentence.
that's the end of my sentence.
It's pretty
it,
alright.
it's good. It's like decent and then below average and then really fun, all in the same movie. Um, I would invite it to the barbecue. I think that third act it did enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything new to add to the discussion around this movie.
That's fair.
Do you guys have
I
any crazy
the
thoughts?
Dragon Ball fights are fun.
Yeah.
The middle kind of drags. Uh, Shadow is fun. He's voiced by Keanu Reeves, that he gives kind of a. I mean, he's doing the Shadow voice that people do, so like he's fine. The music coming in the final fight is pretty fun, even if it's undercut by Jim Carrey spanking himself.
Wait, what?
And it also has, I think, the funniest death in a movie that came out last year.
The
True.
fly swatter.
The bug
The
zapper,
bug
yeah.
zapper. Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah.
So what are we saying? Net positive?
I would invite this movie to the
I
barbecue.
I think it gets invited to the barbecue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that third act is honestly everything. I know that's. I'm gonna do the thing with like the Mario movie. It's everything I would have wanted from a Sonic movie.
Yeah.
um, yeah, I think most people can put this on and enjoy it. Um, now, oh, we've got a streak of bangers here. Well, until we don't, but um,
We gotta get moving. We got a lot of movies, man.
Yeah,
Wild Robot is peak
I
cinema.
haven't seen it.
It is so
It
good.
is. It is peak.
I
This
need
It
to
is.
is
watch it.
the
It's probably the best animated movie I watched from last year.
yeah. This is my number 3 movie of this year, and yeah, my number 1 animated movie for sure. The I think I wrote in my review last year for Across the Spider Verse that it is the best looking animated movie ever made, and I stand by that. This is the first movie where I would put it in the same tier. The animation is just incredible in this movie. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah.
The story is great. The emotion is great. The score. If this loses best original score to Emilia Perez, I will riot. I will
Understandably.
lose my mind. It's on. I don't know where original score is. Where is it? It's on here somewhere. It's nominated for best original score and best animated feature. Um, and it easily deserves both. It should be on the best picture list, but the Academy hates animation, and that will never happen. Um, yeah, this is a must watch. It's incredible. There's a scene in the movie that made me cry because it was It's so good.
Yeah.
Transformers 1. I watched this movie. I think it's good. Do
It's
I
pretty
think it's
good.
the masterpiece the Transformers fan base claims it is? No, I do not. But it is good.
It is good.
I think this.
Is it the first good Transformers movie?
It's first in a. Well, we might not get any more because it didn't make any money. But
True.
if they were to continue doing it, it would be the first in its series. Things that hold it back for me is Alita. Is that her name?
Yeah, the pink one.
The pink one, the Scarlett Johansson character,
Yeah.
is completely boring, and you could cut her out of the movie and nothing would change. And also, Bumblebee is really, really annoying. I don't like
That's
them.
that's why they took away his ability to talk, bro.
I agree. Rip out his throat. That man does not shut up a single time. Every time he opens his mouth, the movie gets worse. If he was not in the movie, I would put it like much higher. But he is so annoying, and he doesn't fit the tone. And yeah, rest of the movie's good though. No, it's got some good animation. Not like
Let's go.
wild robot levels or anything, but it is very good looking.
We got a banger up next.
Wait, where are we
I
putting this
think
one?
I would put this.
I'm
Net
between
positive?
I
net
think it's
positive or
invited to the
barbecue.
barbecue.
I think it's
I think
just
it's good.
barely invited to the barbecue.
I think if it had you know what I wish? I wish this movie was slightly longer, because I think it could have done with a little. It moves very quick, and it doesn't get a chance to like flesh out everything it wants to do. I think completely. Like the Megatron flip from best
Yeah,
friend to megalomaniacal terror is pretty quick. And while
y-
I think it's justified, it is quick.
yeah. It's like his arc makes sense, but it feels like it's going on an exponential curve of it just keeps speeding up.
Yeah.
Like at first when he's like there's like he says a line where he's like, I don't want to stop him, I want to kill him. And at
Yeah.
that point I was like, okay, this is really good. This totally makes sense. Then he drops Optimus Prime off the Oblivion Cliff, which is just in the
Well,
center of the city for some reason.
I say
Um,
that I was fine with that one. The one I think that is weird to me is when he like takes the map and he's like, or yeah, he takes the map and he's like, I got this. And then he like, Optimus is like, well, what if you're, and then he like gets pissed and he's like, I got this. And it's like, okay, uh, that was quick.
he does
We're
rip
just evil now.
Sentinel Prime in half, which was raw as hell.
Pretty dang cool.
That was cool. Yeah. We're gonna move on. Dune Part 2.
Oh,
Riley, you have lots to say.
I do have lots to say. First of all, I think I'm the only one out of us that saw this in theaters.
You are
Is
correct.
that
I
right?
waited
I saw it
so
in theaters.
long to see
Oh,
this.
so Messer, I think you can agree that this movie was incredible to see in the theater.
It was pretty cool.
Um, I this, I mean, looking at all the movies that came out this year, or that I watched at least this year and whatnot, this is my favorite movie of 2024. Um, I think Timothy Chalamet shines in this movie as the leading man. He's incredible. Um, I think Javier Bardem is an amazing supporting actor. I'm surprised he didn't get a nomination for supporting actor because he was very good in this movie.
It was very good.
I mean, like the main cast is very good in this movie. Like I, I'm. Do you have anything that you like didn't like about it, Messer? And we'll see if like we agree on it.
I think my problem with this movie is that it is I never feel connected to Paul Atreides in this movie. I think I have the same This is my look back. Mr. Lisan Al Gaib, he's too distant from me. Like
Mm,
he is I am Zendaya. I want him to come back to me so that I can feel his emotions, but he's just I don't know. It gets to a point where I feel like he escapes my emotional orbit, and I sort of lost interest in the back half. Like all the stuff that was happening was really cool. I just everyone involved, I sort of lost emotional connection to.
it's fair. I think the score, the music in this movie is also incredible. Hans Zimmer continues to like cement himself as possibly like the best media composer out there right now, I think. Like there's a growing list like with some Disney stuff that has come out. Um for sure. But I think right now for like across media, like movies and whatnot, Hans Zimmer is like the guy. This movie is definitely the very top of the list for me, the highest tier at the least.
Yeah, I would. I think this is a peak cinema, and I say that like
Yeah,
I was kind of in the same. I wasn't. I didn't. I liked Dune Part One, but I
yeah.
didn't love it. For me, Dune Part One I thought was very interesting, but but it was like a kind of movie where I was like, I think I would have rather read the story than watched it.
Mm, I see.
Dune
Yeah, I
Part
get that.
Two fixed that for me.
That's a
I
good.
was complete. I
Yeah, that's
was
a
at no point was
good.
I like I would rather be reading the book right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dune Part Two basically fixed all of my issues with Dune Part One. I just don't have any real problems with it. I This is my hot take. I don't love the score in this movie, but I liked its use in this movie much better than I did in the previous one. There's a couple
Mm,
tracks that I do really like, and they're implemented very well. But the main Dune theme, I don't know. I just can't get behind it. It's a personal
man.
thing. It's just not for me.
Yeah. I would
Um,
say it's peak cinema. I'm just wanting to get
I would agree
to
it's peak
what
cinema.
I see is on the list.
I will say one more thing about this movie before we move on. It is nominated for Best Picture, Cinematography, Production Design, Sound, Visual Effects. Now, does it deserve all of those? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does it deserve more? Is the question. Because there's a sentiment online that this movie was disrespected at the Oscars, and I don't really. I can see both
Now,
sides.
let me ask you this, Esteban. Do you having watched both movies because I haven't seen A Complete Unknown, do you believe that Timothy Chalamet should have been nominated for Dune over A Complete Unknown for leading actor?
In my opinion, yes.
I
However,
yeah.
A Complete Unknown is the kind of movie that the Academy loves. They love old
Mm,
biopics. They love seeing an actor portray a guy they know. So in that case, I understand why he was nominated for A Complete Unknown. However, I mean
so
he
you're saying if A
if
Complete Unknown either wasn't didn't come out last year or he wasn't Bob Dylan, he would be up for Dune.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah, I do too.
I think he gives a much better performance in Dune than he does in A Complete Unknown. Not that he's bad in A Complete Unknown, it's just that Complete Unknown gives him nothing to do other than imitate Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my only things that Dune didn't get was like casting stuff because I really thought the cast did well in this
I
movie.
think I would have given Dune for casting. I would have swapped the Paul, not the Paul. I would have swapped the Timothy Chalamet performances for lead actor.
Yeah.
But other than that,
I
the supporting
the
actors
only
is stacked. Like it is a stacked cast for supporting
yeah,
actor. It's like
I
I
would
can
have
see people arguing for that, but there's also like no one in the supporting actor cast in my or category am I like, yeah, they shouldn't be here. Every single
yeah.
one of those is a banger.
I would have thrown up either I probably would have thrown up Javier if they would have got if Dune 2 would have gotten a supporting
Yeah.
actor. Cuz like Austin Butler is good in the movie. It's just we don't get a ton of him, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
if
think
if
Javier
we
would be
got
the pick.
if we got like another, my thing is if we got one more confrontation between Paul and uh Fade, his character, I think that probably would have made me want to see him more as like a nomination for supporting actor. But realistically, I think if they would have given one, it should have been to a Javier Bardem.
Yeah. And then as far as supporting actress, yeah, Zendaya should be there. And the movie The Citadel is
Zendaya,
obvious, but like that's gonna be every category that movie is in. So,
yeah.
um, the only thing that I think it should be a lock for is no costume design.
Oh,
That's a snub. What are we
that
doing?
is a snub. Whoa, because whoa, the
You're
costumes in
telling
that
me
movie are
Complete
awesome,
Unknown should be there instead of this? You're telling me
bro.
Emilia Perez? I
The
mean, Emilia Perez, yes. I can't keep talking about Emilia Perez. But, like,
the
this is
first
a
like
shoe in for that category.
the first 5 minutes have all the Barons guys who
Yeah.
are in the dope armor, and the Freemen all have like kind of varying garb. Like
Yeah.
that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that one is the one where I'm like, okay, that one I understand. What are we doing here? The rest of them I could see argued either way. But the costume design I was like, um, hello? The score is the weird one. It's not nominated because apparently it doesn't qualify. Which, if they were consistent with that reasoning, I would agree. However,
Emilia
what
Perez.
I mean, Emilia Perez does have technically an original score.
Oh,
That's not the movie I take issue with in that category. It shouldn't be there because the music is bad, not because the music is unoriginal. But there's another movie on here that we will get to that I have no idea why it is in that category. Memoir of a Snail Messer. We've seen this one.
We have.
Would you agree that this is the saddest movie of the year?
Um, it might be, yes. I I did cry a few times watching this movie. So, I mean, probably.
Yeah, this movie, like the first two thirds, this movie is never not sad. It's consistently sad through the whole movie. But the first two thirds balance it out with a lot of really good humor. But then that last third, it's like, all right, I hope you enjoyed your training wheels. You're ready to get punched in the gut over and over for the rest of the movie.
Get get ready for. Oh my gosh.
it's that rough.
It is an astoundingly depressing movie at points.
It's an
Dang.
astoundingly depressing movie that somehow rounds out to being really nice at the
Yeah,
end.
I think like it skirted the line of being too depressing,
Yeah.
but it reeled it back in at the perfect moment. I would either put this
I
in the
think
highly recommended, or honestly, I could throw this in a peak
I
cinema.
think I think I would put this in peak. I
Yeah,
think I think this is I think The Wild Robot is my probably my number one animated feature for the year, but this is like not that far away a second.
yeah. No, this is another one of those where like if it wins best animated, I'm fine. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Now it's time for
Oh,
the
okay.
Megalon.
All right.
Oh, that's
Megalopolis.
Megalopolis.
Hey, so
Megalopolis time.
credit to the letterbox user who put out this review, but my favorite thing about this movie is a letterbox review. So first of all, Francis Coppola Cord or Francis Coppola has a
Cord.
letterbox account,
He does.
and yeah,
He knows how to use a
and
phone.
now this could have been fake, but also not because I think it's like verified, and he's like, this is like my best. He put out a review, and he's like, this is my best film or whatever.
Yeah.
And the opposite of that is a letterbox review that says this shit sucked mega cockless. And boy, do I agree.
Oh man.
Yeah,
This is
Mega
I
oh
Cockless.
man.
I
this
joined
is
in halfway through this movie, I think, and yeah, I hated it. This movie
Didn't even
sucks.
need to see the first half.
No,
It is
you
a
don't.
shame.
You
It is
don't.
a shame that Francis Ford Coppola made this movie.
This I'm just gonna go ahead and throw this in evil cinema. I think
It
we're
it
It
is
it is evil.
this
It is
is an evil
quintessential evil.
movie.
Absolutely.
There's
this is evil Madam Web, I think.
yeah, like this is the opposite of Madam Web. Where Madam Web, you don't know what you're getting when you get into it. This movie, you see a couple funny clips online out of context, and you trick yourself into thinking, "Wow, this must be like a really great like bad movie to watch." And then you watch it, and it's just dredge, garbage,
It's sludge
boring
the whole way
slop
through.
the whole time. And then they save the best clip in the movie until the very end. And at that point, I didn't care anymore.
It's it's so I can't understand how Shia LaBeouf
Oh man,
exists as a human
I
after
would though
this movie.
he put him next to Claptrap for characters I would kill.
I the it is truly, I think, the most I I is is this is a worse movie, I think, than Emilia Perez in every way. But I almost it might be the most baffling movie on this entire list in terms of it just like the structure of a plot or like how it looks or like what's even
The
happening on
messages in it.
screen. Yeah,
I just every time I think about this movie, I think back to the Nazi stomp.
I'm glad that's what you come back to because all I can think of is the word auntie.
The Auntie scene. Yeah, see that one I blocked from my mind. I don't need to. That does not need to take up space in my brain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Megalopolis
this is like
truly,
We're like
evil
make
film.
calculate.
truly was. It truly was our Megalopolis.
It hinges on two equally unlikable characters, but it insists that you should like one more than the other. Yeah, I think we need to move on
Incredible
from
filmmaking,
Megalopolis.
truly.
War of the Rohirrim. Did anyone watch this other than me?
I haven't
No.
watched it yet. I want to.
This movie is sadly mid. This is like your standard fantasy fiction. It is held back by the fact that it is. You know how like the Hobbit movies get real bad with their fan service towards the end?
I guess. I like the
Yeah,
Hobbit movies, so you're talking to the wrong
I
person.
like
I understand.
some of the Hobbit movies, but um this movie looks at those and laughs. Says, thought that was something. What if the last line in the movie was name dropping Gandalf? A character who not only has not been in the movie, has not even been mentioned, has no relevance to this plot whatsoever. Saruman also shows up in the end, and they draw him exactly like Christopher Lee, and it's very weird. He doesn't have any lines because obviously he can't, if that's what they're implying. Um, this they reuse the Rohan death charge and the lot of the scores reused from the Lord of the Rings movies, and the locations are all we get to see no new locations in this whole movie, and the designs are the same. Like you got to make an anime Lord of the Rings movie, and you played it the safest you possibly could have. The plot is also not that interesting. It's like it's a lore accurate siege, and a lore accurate siege is not fun to watch. the best part of the movie is Helm Hammerhand. He's this Beowulf like character with absurd strength. Like he boxes a troll at one point,
Okay.
and it's really cool. And then he gets this like awesome fight scene towards the middle end of the movie. But sadly, he's not our main character. Our main character is Hera, and she is his daughter, and she's a princess. And she is the most generic warrior princess protagonist that you will ever hear of or see. She wants to fight, but she's not allowed to fight, but she's, rebellious, and she goes off anyways. There's nothing, this is nothing, it's not that she's bad, it's that she's boring. There's nothing interesting about her. And the villain in this movie, sadly, also sucks. He is very incompetent and not at all threatening. He's like backstabbing, but like he's not backstabbing in a way where you ever feel threatened by him. It's just a movie that exists. Nothing, nothing really much. I mean, you won't hate it. Well, I didn't like it, but like, it's not terrible. It's a movie. Godzilla and Kong, however, this is a cocaine bear movie right here. Straight to that category, no debate.
Yup.
One of the most incoherent nonsense plots ever, but the movie doesn't care, and it knows that you don't care either. You are here to see WWE action, featuring Big Monkey and Big Lizard.
Yes, sir.
They wipe out the city of Rio in the finale of this movie.
Yup. It is
Everyone in
just,
that city is dead. And
they are dead.
you don't care because the monsters are cheering at the end and they're heroes. The fact that the main cast acts like it's unreasonable to be mad or be concerned about Godzilla, despite the absolute havoc he wrecks in this movie, is insane.
True.
There's so many dumb things in this movie, but like, it's so dumb that like I didn't care. Like, why are the apes moving rocks around? So in this world, their Earth is hollow, and we learn in this movie that there's actually another layer beneath Hollow Earth called the Subterranean Realm. And that's where the evil Monkey King has been living this whole time. He's from
Because he's
prehistoric ages, because he got buried by Godzilla in some other time.
because he's the most dangerous.
It's the most dangerous. We had to bury him. And in this subterranean realm, he runs an oppressive kingdom to all the King Kongs. And he has them moving rocks around all day for absolutely no reason. They have not constructed shit in their millennia of living down here. They just move rocks around. And he sometimes kicks them in the lava. This is such a dumb movie, but it's fun. This is like a textbook cocaine tier movie. And then we got Sing Sing. Sing Sing is peak cinema. Go watch it if you get the chance. It's very cool. It was very much snubbed for Best Picture. I don't know why it was not nominated. Coleman Domingo was nominated for Best Actor, and I hope he wins. Sadly, the supporting actor was snubbed in this movie. I get it's a stacked cast in that category, but honestly, I think he deserves to be there. They filmed this with real prison inmates. All the actors in this movie are actual prisoners. And
Really?
yeah, they filmed it at a real prison, and they like screened it at that prison before anyone else got to see it. And honestly, the story behind this movie is more interesting than the movie itself. The movie is still really, really good. The story behind this movie is just super interesting and really cool.
Wow.
Um,
Hmm.
Yeah, this movie's great. Great acting. It's not like my kind of movie, but I can't deny that like the achievement that it is. It is so good. What's on here? Garfield movie. Anthony, can we just chuck this in bad movie and move on?
Yeah,
Just don't
no debate,
this,
no debate. Just
don't watch this.
yeah,
This is
another one I watched from my home.
kitty garbage.
Yeah,
Inside Out 2.
that's goddamn. It's voiced by Mario. Ain't that weird?
Inside Out 2 is good, but it
I
Never
Messer,
great.
yeah,
who
it's
else
not
watched that Inside Out too?
great.
Master, you watched it too?
I did.
It
It
I
it's a weird one for me in that like I think the script is pretty solid. It's hard to like find flaws like in this movie, like objective flaws.
yeah.
It's
I
more
think it's just like fine is what it is.
yeah, it's just more so like I was disappointed that I didn't really feel that
Oh,
much.
I
No,
I barely
it's another
felt
one I watched with my
any
girlfriend.
I barely felt any
It's another one I
emotion
watched with my
towards this.
girlfriend. I we had Wii PPs. I'll say that
Okay, well that's
we
good.
ourselves had
I'm glad
Wii
it
PPs.
resonated for someone.
I was like,
Um,
But I will say it had a lot to live up to, and yeah, it's a little disappointing. But also, it's like I said, it had a lot to live up to, so I guess it's understandable.
I don't know. I think my big disconnect for this movie is like I think the premise of the emotions driving the character in the first movie kind of works because it's like a really small child. But in this movie, when it's just when Riley like is committing crimes, and I'm like, okay, I guess we're I don't know. It felt weird to me that it got that far
Oh, like
and like
when she was breaking and entering.
well
yeah.
she broke an enter and it's like okay we're here now. We don't ever really she doesn't get like consequences for that, which I guess it's not her who should be receiving the consequences. It's anxiety anyway. But like I don't know. It felt weird.
I think an issue
Yeah.
that this movie deals with is I'm sorry, I'm done with the realistic anxiety attack in the movie.
Oh
I'm over it. It's been done like dozens of times at this point. Puss in Boots, my goat, on I unfortunately started this trend where every movie thinks that it needs to have one. And the fact that the climax of this movie is that it fell kind of flat for me.
I understand that.
I still think this is a good movie. It's got good animation. The world is still very creative.
Yeah,
I
like
think
all the
the
technical,
script
like I
is
think
still
that
good. I think the character
yeah,
development that like the emotions receive makes sense, but
yeah,
I don't know. It's like I would invite it to the barbecue, but I wouldn't talk with it very much.
that's
I
fair.
can agree with that. I think it's understandable. Like yeah, I think I'm like in a technical sense, I understand like it is a really good movie. I can't understand its flaws. I still really appreciate it though. But I can understand just putting it in the barbecue.
Alien Romulus. Who saw this one?
This would be me. Um, I'm already gonna say, it's invited to the barbecue.
Okay.
It look, I've only seen Aliens, which is the second one. This is definitely more back to horror compared to like Aliens 2, and we don't talk about Aliens 3. Uh, but this movie was a since it's like one of the two horror quote unquote movies I saw this year. It was very good. I think the lead actress is very like cemented herself as a uh, really good horror actress, but also just like an actress in general. She was really good. Um, the um, the guy who plays the android, I think he got snubbed for, and there are some people who feel this way too. I think he got snubbed for supporting actor. Because the androids typically are like the moral ambiguity sort of in all the aliens movies. And that's something that they give more backstory to in Prometheus, I think. Um, which is a prequel to like all the aliens movies. But yeah, it's one of my. I would say it's a really good movie. Um, it does some fun things. It's just like it. It's not a stinker compared to some of the previous movies that have come out in the Alien franchise. It got people back to respecting the Alien movies again. And it has a very grotesque and surprising twist towards the end of the movie.
Oh, now it's time for Monkey Movie. Not Monkey Man, A Kingdom of Ape.
Oh, Kingdom of the Planet of the
Oh
Apes.
yeah,
This movie is nominated for an Oscar. It was nominated for Best Visual Effects, and yeah,
I mean,
obviously, it should win.
yeah,
yeah,
But
it
yeah.
it should win
there's not
because like
really anything that compares.
no, look, I think it serves as a great like distance, like it's distance from the Caesar stuff, which I think is nice.
Yeah,
It's not gonna get bogged down by like being very closely connected by Caesar and those three movies.
Yeah,
Is it anything special?
no, it
No,
is
it's
not.
another it's another
no,
Planet of the Apes movie. But was it fun to watch? I enjoyed watching it. I
yeah.
liked
It was
it.
a good watch.
Yeah.
I
I
I think I did the wrong. I hadn't seen the Planet of the Apes movies before, so what I did before this movie was I watched
uh
all three of Caesar's movies, and then I watched this one, and I was like, oh, this was worse than all of those.
yeah, yeah. I binged all three of them too. I think before it came out, like when it was announced, and yeah, it doesn't hold up. I'll say that to the original
I don't
trilogy.
think
It's
it's
still good.
bad, but I don't really think
No,
it's
no.
that good either. It's just okay.
I
Like
think it's another thing of where it has a lot to live up to. Is part of the problem.
it does, yeah, but like every character in this movie is just an archetype. Like Messer,
Forgettable
You haven't
too.
seen this movie, right? Noah, he's our
I
main
have not.
character. What do you think his backstory is? What happened to his village?
Ooh, it must have been burned down, and his mentor must have been killed in front of him.
You're absolutely right.
Whoa.
100%
Wow.
Whoa.
right.
That's a crazy read. Like
Um,
legitimately, you nailed it one on
I
one.
all I did was read off Jiren's backstory from Dragon Ball Super, because he's
you
probably the same.
you that is how that movie feels. This you I could just give you questions like this
It
all the
feels
time.
like Dragon
You
Ball
would
Super.
always get them right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
I will say one thing to his credit. I like the world building of like
Yeah,
how
I will say
everything
that.
Yes.
moved on
Yeah.
after
I
Caesar. I like that.
It does have cool world building. I think yeah, the things I like in this movie, I think it builds the world in a cool way, and the VFX is obviously incredible.
Okay, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
definitely. Yeah.
isn't it Andy
Story,
Serkis's like studio that does it now, I think?
maybe.
I would assume so.
I don't know.
Story is generic. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
generic.
Also, I was kind of disappointed that Proximus is not really in the movie very much.
Yeah.
the face of the
Yeah.
marketing campaign, and he's
Yes.
not very. He's like in it for the last third, but like you spent 2/3 of the movie, and he's never there. And when he is there,
Yeah.
he's kind of cool, but like he doesn't really leave a lasting impression like I thought he
No.
would. I don't know. Where do we want to put this
I'm
one?
pretty sure even first you hear about him like near the end. Yeah. So
Um,
it's like
is it net positive, Anthony, or
barbecue.
would you, or a movie that exists?
Uh, actually, not many positive. I don't know. I think it's
What
more
do
than a
you
movie
think,
that exists.
Esteban?
I'll say that.
I gave this movie a 5.5. So that is literally in between a net. I guess that's technically a net positive. But also, yeah, I think, okay, net positive is fine because net positive doesn't mean I would recommend it. I just think that it has
Yeah.
some neat stuff in it. But yeah, that story, the fact that Vezer, the fact that you literally, that is exactly what
That's
happened.
exactly what happens.
I just thought of the most generic backstory I
Yeah,
could think of.
yeah. Um,
Good job. You did it.
Mean Girls, the musical
I would say
is.
before we move on to this one, Esteban, do we have? I've been
I was
looking.
gonna
Do we
say I
have the
forgot a
substance on
couple.
this list?
Let's do the substance right now. We
Okay.
that's I don't know where to put it, man. I don't know where to put it.
Um, I don't either.
What's going on in
Uh,
here?
I
What's
have
this list?
never.
get out of here, Garland.
Get out of here. We're recording.
We're
Leave.
recording.
Get out of here.
Oh, okay. Okay, bye.
What are they gonna do?
This I've never like. On the one hand, I don't think The Substance is a bad movie. I think if you're into
No.
body horror and just horror in general, I think you could really like it. However, did I personally enjoy watching it?
No.
No, I would
Yes,
never watch that
no,
again.
I think we're on the exact same page with this movie in that it's not a bad movie, but it's one of the most uncomfortable things I think I've ever put
I
on a screen in front of me.
legitimately felt sick after watching it.
Whoa.
It
I
is.
Wow.
Whoa.
I think
Oh my god.
the final like
The
10 minutes
homunculus.
the among the John Carpenter's The Thing
Yeah.
prosthetic walking across the stage. That part I was into.
I
I
was
was
fine.
like,
Yeah, because
okay.
that and like the goblin
The
parts.
Goblin was also fun.
When
Yes.
it's that, I was having a
Probably.
good time. When it's the other stuff,
When it's back birth and
needles into the pussy
ne-
spine
yeah,
and
needles taking spinal fluid. Yeah. Um man.
oh god. And that Riley,
Peeling off
there is
fingernails, not
so
my
much
favorite.
things in this
Ooh.
Ooh.
movie that will make your skin crawl. It's not like like some horror movies where like, oh, I'll just like fast forward through this scene. No, you there is just
You will
agony.
watch it.
This is just an unbearably uncomfortable movie to sit through. But I also don't think it's bad.
I I
I
don't I have
understand
no idea.
why it's nominated. The directing is very good.
Yeah. I have no idea where I would put this in this list. I think I personally would go like net positive just because I understand that the movie is good, but that I would never watch it again.
Yeah, I would if it's my barbecue, this movie ain't coming.
I would say if it's my barbecue, I'm not bringing it there, so I'm not inviting it to the barbecue.
So someone else can have it at its barbecue, but I I will literally put it in its own tier in post because I don't know where this goes. I think it deserves the Oscars it got or noms it got. Like there are movies on here like A Complete Unknown or Emilia Perez where I would never put them on there. Whereas this one I'm like, yeah, if you're into this, I could see why you like this, but no, not for me.
Yeah.
While we're on that, I also forgot to add in I'm Still Here, which is a Best Picture nom and Best International Picture nom and a Best Actress nom. And I hope it wins all of those because it's my favorite movie. Well, not my favorite, but it's my number one movie of the whole year. It is about a family during the Brazilian dictatorship, and it is so good. It's a movie that you should. It's like a political movie that you watch, and it should make you like mad, but like in a good way. Like the thing that you
Hmm.
watched should move you. Um, it is a peak cinema. I hope it wins Best Picture. Will it win Best Picture? Probably not, but I think it would be really cool if it did. It's my number one pick for Best Picture. Um, yeah, real great. Deserves all the Oscar noms it got. Mean Girls, I'm just gonna throw this is here. If it'll come up here.
Net
There we go.
net positive.
It's fine.
Huh?
This is a worse version of the original Mean Girls, but it's fun. Some of the musical numbers are pretty good. Some of the casting is pretty fun. Except for the main character. Her casting is bad, and she can't sing very well, which is kind of a problem. Um, but I think this is fine. If you watch it with a girlfriend, she'll probably have a good time. Anthony, you brave soul, inform us of the Mufasa movie.
Oh, yeah, it's another one wants my girlfriend. It kind of just happened. um, Very predictable. I think the fucking reason that Scar is named Scar is because he literally like he got swiped at by Mufasa. I don't even fucking remember, if I'm being perfectly honest. My brain's a little. It's very forgettable. My memory's foggy on it.
You just saw
But
this movie. It came out a month
I
ago.
know, I know. It's I forgot. I forgot I fucking watched it until I looked up 2024 movies to refresh my mind on what the fuck I watched. It it's it exists. It didn't need to. I don't think it needs to exist. It established nothing really new or interesting. Um, Timon and Pumbaa, they're as usual. They're the good parts of it. It's
Okay.
okay.
Is
It's
it a
okay.
bad, a disappointment, or an exist?
Exists.
Okay.
I think it just exists. It is a Lion King movie, and if that's what you want. That it is that.
If you're a Disney adult, you will enjoy it.
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. A Real Pain. This is Jesse Eisenberg's directorial debut.
I watched it last night.
Oh, you did? I think this
Yeah,
is
really.
a good movie.
It is a good movie.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
This is
Is it
I don't think
okay? I
this
will
is
say
like the best
weird.
movie in the whole world, but I think this is a solid movie. It's got good performances. A script that could use a little more subtlety, if I'm being honest. Um,
Mm.
Yeah,
but it looks nice. The environments are really pretty, and it's serious when it needs to be serious. It's not like goofy the whole time.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
I think this is a
Like, is it,
easy invited to the barbecue for me.
can I just say real quick? Is it weird that it makes you want to go to Poland?
No.
I don't think that's weird. I think
Like,
yeah.
I think
given
that's a subtle like thing the movie does.
Yeah. This one would
like it
be
feels weird considering the fact they're going through like you know, um, what the Jews went through during World War II and all that kind of stuff. It feels weird to say that, but also it's like it does look it does look kind of nice.
yeah.
You know
I
what I
don't know.
mean?
For me, this would be between invited or a highly recommended. I think it's very good. What do
I
you
think it's
guys think?
divided.
Um, I would say Invited. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's
yeah.
where I'm falling as well. I think it's good. Um, it got a Best Supporting Actor for Kieran Culkin, and
That's deserved.
I
Yeah.
think that's deserved.
Mm.
And then it also got a Best Original Screenplay, which I think is deserved as well.
Yeah.
Now we've got this banger of a movie.
What's this one?
Oh
This
yes.
this is Twilight of the Warriors Walled In.
Oh hell yes, Riley, you missed this.
I did miss
Unironically,
this.
This
this
is a
might
peak
be
cinema.
the best
It
action
is
movie
It
of
is the
last year.
it knocked
it
Monkey
is
Man off its
so
throne as the best action movie that I saw this year. Well,
Are
actually,
you
are we putting
serious?
it in highly recommended or peak cinema?
Ooh.
I feel like
I really want to put it in peak. I really
it's like
do.
in this gray area.
I think that the
I
walled
will
city is such a cool location that I have to put it in peak.
yes.
I think actually that's fair. I looked it up. That's real. They built that. That set
That's
is they built
Wait,
a 1-to-1 remake of the real walled city for that movie.
what? That's crazy.
knowing that it's peak. That movie's
Okay,
peak.
that's pretty peak. I'll
It
say the
was
actual story
Our
of it.
our our live action Yakuza with where the final boss is magic immortal Goro Majima.
mind you, they don't establish this because they don't
No,
care. You shouldn't care. He just is.
he just has a spiritual. What was it called? Spiritual power or some shit.
Yeah, he knows they are like he knows spiritual something and it's like, what is that? Oh, he's immortal. Got it.
Right, and then the fucking action is so fucking crazy, over the top.
This has the best stunts out of any. It clears any other movie in terms of the action stunts.
100%, hundred
Damn,
percent.
I need to go back and watch this, I guess.
The
You do.
jumpings. There's a scene
Oh
where they
yeah.
jump this man because he like up until that scene I was having a good time, right? And
Yeah.
then there's a
Oh yeah,
scene
yeah.
where this guy, Riley, this isn't really a spoiler. It's not that important to the plot. He like
No,
kills a woman, and his only name in the title credits is Woman Beater.
Oh yeah, you guys talked about this.
The jumping that they do to that man is unlike anything I have ever seen. It makes Jujutsu Kaisen jealous of the horrific beating they gave to him.
Dang.
The the the
let me
creativity
just.
with which they beat him into tiny pieces
He
is
survived
so
the
Oh,
whole
incredible.
thing. He
He
lived.
does
The amount of
survive. It
coordinated
is
work they had together
no,
too was
and
insane.
but the most incredible part of it is that it gets called back to in the
In the
final fight
final
of the
battle.
entire movie.
are you
It
serious?
it is
Yes.
it is
Yes, it's
it is
so
peak.
good.
It deserves to be in peak cinema. It is incredible.
It was. I put it
Bro,
at my number 9. I've seen 49 movies this year. It's in my top 10. It is. It is so good.
you know what?
Also, I know
You
the
know what? I'm telling
Academy
you.
didn't watch this movie because they would never watch a movie like this, but this would win
No.
set design. It would clear the set design category.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Like the fact that they actually like built the whole fucking that's crazy.
I looked at I was looking up and I was like, it's like, what is this? Like, is the wall? I looked up, was the walled city a real
Yeah.
place? Because they alluded to the fact that it was, and then I found this little blurb, and I was like, yeah, the set they built the walled city 1-to-1, and then deconstructed it after the movie was over, and I was like, excuse me, that
The
thing
entire time I
was
thought it was some sort of
real.
CG or some shit.
I
Or it's like
assumed like some
small
of the
sets.
shots were real, but then like the wider shots were CG. No, that was real.
Yeah, no. That was insane.
That's
That's
incredible.
Oh, what a banger! All right, Furiosa.
Is it only me on this one again?
I've seen Furiosa.
Oh. Look, it's a net positive, I think.
I would invite it to the. I honestly would put it as high as highly recommended, but I could see
Barbecue.
because
I could
solely because of a
see
couple
it.
things. I think the pacing in this movie is not very good.
It's not great, no.
It, but it makes up for the fact that the two lead performances are going crazy.
They are
Chris
going
Hemsworth, I would not
as a
only
bad guy.
put him as a nomination, I would have him win Best Supporting Actor for what he does in this movie. He is
He
so
Really?
is.
good.
He's just crazy, man.
The last scene with him and Furiosa, that scene alone in a vacuum is peak cinema. It's
Uh,
actually just because of like the level of performances they're both putting on is crazy, but it does suffer from pacing. The pacing is not the best, and it has a
sometimes.
couple of weird shots where the green
Yeah, that's
screen
what.
looks bad.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Also, and that's I think the only bad thing because apparently this was the most expensive movie ever shot in Australia.
I mean,
The director who did this one and the previous Mad Max, all the other Mad Max movies, the original guy, he had to get the approval of the Australian government to shoot.
I believe it.
Really?
Yeah, no, I believe it too. It's wild.
Yeah,
I would say barbecue, honestly.
I can do barbecue. I think this is worth checking out. If
It
not,
is
for
worth checking
Chris
out.
Hemsworth alone, this is worth checking out.
True.
He puts on an unreal performance in this movie. The Fall Guy. I've seen this one. Has anyone else seen
Oh,
this one?
I have. I watched this at Disney World.
I think The Fall Guy was a little disappointing for me.
It
It
hmm.
it's
Okay,
weird.
so I've seen the original 70s or 80s TV show that this is based off of, and who the original actor and actress they make an appearance at the very end of the movie. Um, it's I mean it is basically the same premise, sort of. In the original, he's a stunt guy, the fall guy in movies and like television in Hollywood, and then he's also like a bounty hunter by trade.
Hmm,
So slightly different in the movie. I would say this is a net positive
I would agree with you.
because it's not like anything crazy like the Beekeeper or Cocaine Bear tier, but it's also unique in the sense that I just like Ryan Gosling as like a comedic actor.
Yeah, I think the cast here is
The
pretty
cast here
funny.
is,
The
yeah,
problem
they
is
are.
the cast is so stacked that I
It
thought
is.
the movie was gonna be a lot better than it ended up being.
Oh,
Like
that's
you guys didn't need to
yeah.
hire this Oscar-winning cast to make this frankly very silly movie. It's not taking itself that seriously, which is fine. Like it's very much trying to just be like a popcorn flick.
I mean, it
Uh,
is because it's mainly a love letter to all the work that
yeah,
stunt
stunt people
people.
do.
Which here's my hot take: the Oscars need to have a best stunt category.
I
People have
don't
been
think
saying it.
that's not the hot stake. I agree with you. I
Not
think everyone
not that hot.
agrees.
Well, not that hot anymore,
Okay.
right? Like probably before the John Wick movies came out, it was more of a hot take, right? But I think like once the first John Wick movie came out and action movies really started to getting into like pretty like crazy stunts, um, because like let's be honest, I think John Wick, the first one at least, had a big deal in playing like with stunts in, especially like shooter movies and stuff like
In American movies,
Extraction.
for sure.
Yeah, American movies, Extraction 2, the rest of the John Wick movies. Um, and also it should include foreign films because like I've seen clips from like
Yeah, no.
The Raid
I was gonna
2
say,
is crazy.
this film would have been Best Stunt winner if Twilight of the Warriors Walled In didn't have that category on an absolute chokehold.
On a lock.
But yeah, I'd say it's a net positive. It did some neat things.
Yeah, it's fine to put on.
Yeah, it is.
Now we've got a movie that I don't like at all, but I've been told I'm too hard on it. Red One.
Oh, Red One. Now,
I
context for listeners. Was it was it the both of you, or was it just Messer's first
Messer
time seeing
was
this on New
unconscious for the
Year's?
second half
I
of
don't
this movie.
I don't know if I can even
Me
comment
too.
on this movie because I was very drunk for the first half and
Yeah,
very asleep for the second.
let it be known. This movie was turned on at a friend's
Like what, 2
New Year's
a.m. or
party,
something?
like 1
Yeah,
2
I'm pretty
a.m.
sure I slept too.
Yeah, you were asleep too.
Now I
Marley
saw
Yeah.
this
watched it
movie.
with me.
I saw this movie beforehand, on my own with my parents, and I thought it was a fun Christmas movie that made me and my family laugh a few times. I would say it is on the bottom end of net positive.
Now see, I hate this movie.
I know you hate this movie.
I find
You're
nothing of joy from this piece of cinema.
Yeah. I
It
Now
is.
let me be honest. I'm not a fan of The Rock. I think his interview that came out about this movie, that he was at Chris Nolan's house watching Oppenheimer in IMAX,
It's like,
and he was like,
wow,
"Man, we got to get
Red
Red One in
One with
IMAX,"
this
and
technology.
then sent a picture of his shirtless chest to the director of Red One and said, then followed it up with, "Dude, we got to get this in IMAX."
You don't need to see this. You can watch this on your broken cell phone screen because I'll tell you what you're gonna see. Gray
Oh boy.
slop. There's not an ounce
Oh
of
boy.
color in this movie. This is the ugliest movie I have seen. Yeah, this is the ugliest movie I saw last year. It is hideous. And
Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't like The Rock. He sucks in this movie. And so does everyone else who's in it. This is the
Chris
most
Evans is the only saving grace in
Chris
this
Evans is
movie.
not a Chris Evans also sucks in this movie. Everyone sucks in this movie.
Oh,
I hate this movie. This is the most corporate generated garbage that I've ever
okay.
seen. There's
I
one moment. There was a
don't.
single moment that I got a half a smile from, and it was when Krampus slapped the shit out of the Rock. That was kind of funny. Everything, I don't like this movie. It's not an evil cinema for me, but it is definitely a bad movie. So where are we gonna put
Um,
it?
I think it
the
works great as melatonin personally.
Yeah, it's
Hey, you know what? Yeah,
this
you're
is
right
I no
there.
I will agree with that. This is the most comatose I have felt during a movie.
well, we know how you what. I mean, I'm fine with putting it as a movie that exists. How do the other two feel?
They haven't seen it. Messer has
Uh,
seen the first
I'm
half. Messer,
I
you
say
have to
I
be
I
the
cannot.
tiebreaker here. You have
you
to.
Oh,
don't. Okay, that's the thing.
I'm the
Esteban, that's the
tiebreaker.
thing.
You're the
You don't
only
have
one that
to.
can do this.
You don't have to see the rest of it. You really don't. You should see the
I
first
think
30 minutes,
The
last 30
first
minutes, you get the
hour
entire
is the
story.
same as the
from
second.
from what I remember,
Exactly.
I would put it in movie that exists.
I think, honestly, the only cool scene I
It
remember is,
it's between
hold
there
on, what
and
the fuck
bad
did he say?
movie. I don't know.
And put it in
What is it? What does he
like
say at the end? When he's like, oh,
Well, it's not a
yeah,
disappointment
and
because
then
what
Rock
were
hits you
my
with that
expectations?
line with, "I think we just saved Christmas."
Yeah, I don't.
Fuck
I
off.
didn't have. I didn't. It's not a disappointment for me because I didn't have really any expectations. That's a good point Messer made.
I didn't have expectations either, and yet this was worse than I thought it would be.
it's still disappointed then.
It
No
was.
expectations,
It
it's still a
still went
disappointment.
lower. I did
It's
not
a
think
movie
you
that
could make a
exists.
movie this ugly.
I wouldn't call
Whatever.
it evil. What's
Speaking
the
of
one in
ugly,
Bible
this
evil?
movie is called Uglies. It's a straight to Netflix movie, and oh boy, it is bad.
Oh, I remember hearing about this movie.
This is
Yeah.
a teen dystopian genre movie. Remember when those were popular back in like 2012?
Oh, wait, hold on. This is the movie. Okay. So something special about this movie. Before you even describe it, my brother had this movie up on the screen in our bonus room. He wasn't watching it, just the image was up on the screen. And I said, "That looks like a ripoff of a ripoff of the Hunger Games."
You are
Which, if you didn't know, which the tagline of the movie is um,
Hey,
Divergent
we're gonna
meets
meet
the
the
Hunger
Hunger
Games,
Games.
which
Yep.
is a
it's a
ripoff of the
ripoff.
Hunger Games meets the Hunger Games.
Oh man.
That's all I know about the movie. Divergent of the Hunger Games.
That is
That's
honestly
all
a
I fucking know.
very accurate way to describe this movie. This is like, if this came out in 2012, it would have made a lot of money. Teen girls would have
Oh
gone
yeah.
out in droves to see this thing. Because you want to know what the premise of the movie is? When you
Tell me,
turn
Esteban.
16, you go through a surgery to make you hot. But our main character, she doesn't like that because she's different. And by the way, her name is Tally Youngblood.
Oh, let's go. Let's
And
go.
she's not like other girls. She skates on a hoverboard and goes out after curfew and
Dude, let's go.
oh man. It is insane the level that this movie is dialed in on the 12 to 13-year-old girl demographic.
Let's.
And so, but the twist is, get a load of this, right? The surgery that makes you hot actually sabotages your brain and makes you stupid. So all those hot
Oh,
people are
it's
really
a
just
bim.
big dummies. They're
It's
stupid.
it's a bimbo. It's a bimbo surgery. Are you
Yeah.
serious?
So you little girl at home, do you feel bad about yourself because you're not pretty? Don't worry. All those hot girls are stupid.
That's the message of the movie, then.
Yes. Oh, and it's delivered to us by a black trans woman who explains to our main character how being pretty will remove all forms of discrimination from you.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
It is such
Really?
a like they wrote down the theme of the movie and didn't even think beyond 3 seconds of the context of anything that is happening in this movie. It's not an evil cinema,
I'll be back.
but it is very bad. Kind of funny at points. I won't lie. Just because of how aggressively teen girl edgy it is,
Mhm.
but it's it's terrible. They're apparently making a sequel to it.
What?
The last line of
Why?
the movie is she's surrendering herself to the authorities, and she's like, "I am Tally Youngblood, and I want to be pretty." And then it cuts to black.
Does that imply that this movie made money?
I it was a lot of people watched it on streaming, so it probably did. Yeah,
What?
Dang.
it was one of those movies that was like all over
That's
the internet because it was so bad, and since it was on streaming, people actually watched it.
I see.
uh it's like it was made to be hated.
No, it was made because they didn't think the movie through beyond a puddle of depth. But yeah. But Anthony, you watched a
What's up?
movie that I would never touch with a 10-foot pole.
What is this one?
This is Unfrosted, the last year's Amy Schumer comedy.
I I fucking for honest to God, is another movie where I looked at the list of 2024 movies and I'm like, oh my God, that movie happened, and I don't remember a fucking single goddamn thing about Or another one. Only reason I watched it was with my mother. I wish Riley was back here because I know he watched it
No,
too.
Riley
And he
probably
probably
should
remember more.
watch it
Oh,
actually.
wait. I didn't have my mic on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
of
watched this
course.
movie too with my family.
Do
Tell
you
us
do you
about
do you remember much
Borderlands.
about it? 'Cause I don't.
Okay. So, you have Unfrosted is about the story of the Pop Tart and how the Pop Tart came to be. Okay, so you have let's see, I think it's uh
Jerry Seinfeld.
well, Jerry Seinfeld. Okay, so you have Kellogg's, who Jerry Seinfeld is like the chief creative guy for, and he's got to figure out this new breakfast food, right? Because Post, which good luck if anybody over the age of or under the age of like 65 knows what Post is. Uh they uh they got something cooking, some new breakfast item. And so Mr. Jerry Seinfeld under Kellogg's, he's got to start coming up with a new thing. And at the same time at Kellogg's, they're dealing with a mascot unionization. So
Oh fucking yeah!
you have Tony the Tiger, who is based on an actual like the character that Hugh that Hugh Grant is playing was a real dude. Thurl Ravenscroft uh was a real dude, uh and he was the voice of Tony the Tiger, and he was the vocalist for the song "You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch." So he's
Mm.
this Shakespearean actor who organizes this union at Kellogg's of all the mascots. You have the Pop Tarts boys, the animal mascots, more just food mascots in general, that are wanting to unionize. So that's like the subplot of the movie. Like no joke, is the unionization of the cereal and breakfast mascots.
Wait, Riley,
Uh,
answer me.
what?
Did I get the wrong? Is Amy Schumer not in this?
Oh no, she is. She's
Oh,
like
okay. I
the
thought I got the wrong one.
she's one of the main
No, she's in
stars.
there.
Okay.
She's also sorry, she's not funny in this movie.
Okay. What a hot take.
I don't think anyone would
This
have that
I
assumption. Right?
I think that was
Nobody would expect that.
self-explanatory. You didn't
this
that part was self-included in the title
I'm gonna cut
Amy
that
Schumer
this
out in
comedy.
the
this
edit.
movie this movie does make you laugh like or chuckle a few times cuz it is
A little hee
kind of
haw.
funny. Um I wouldn't say belly laugh, but like I actually sort of laughed with my family.
Chortle. A
Um
chortle, if you will.
it's goofy. It's I don't know. If you're going to watch it with your family, you can. It's I mean, the more I think about it, it's very I see where Anthony's coming from. It's very forgettable, right? Like the main
Yeah.
thing is that's basically what I remember. They're trying to make the Pop Tart like the actual thing. There's a unionization of the mascots. Amy Schumer isn't funny in it. Those are the main takeaways. It's Anthony, would you say it's a bad movie?
Um. You know what? I wouldn't put it in bad. I wouldn't. That I wouldn't be offended if you called it bad. I would say it happened and it's a
It
movie and
exists.
I forgot it
Would you put
because
it
it's
in
not
its
even. Because my thing
typical
is,
movies?
I wouldn't, Anthony. I wouldn't put it.
my thing
Should we
is,
say disappointment?
You can
I
just
didn't have an
like bad.
expectation.
Look, bad
Let's
doesn't
put it in bad.
like bad is a broad spectrum. It's
Let's put it in bad. 'Cause my thing is, it's not even bad enough to be memorable. It's almost worse than bad in a way. I don't know. But yeah, just put it in bad.
we got another stinker coming up here. Venom 3.
Or
our last Sony
Um,
movie that we will
Our
discuss.
last dance, if you will.
Yes, our last dance with Sony's Spider-Man-less Spider-Verse. I only remember, actually, I remember a decent amount from this movie, but there was only
I
one moment where I felt good. And it was when the random side character lady walks in on a doctor and asks them if she had seen her family recently. For no particular reason. Kind of comes off as a threat, and then the movie just moves on.
say the only things I remember were that, and I remember us being very excited about the acid shower for some reason.
Yes, because by the time we got to the finale, we were drunk. We were drinking heavy during
That's
that
true. That's
movie.
true.
This is not a movie that you would enjoy sober. And it was in our drunk hubris that we decided to watch Megalopolis afterwards.
Megacoculus. That is what I will
well,
refer to
actually,
that
you get it
movie
I
as.
right.
don't know.
Thank
Venom
you, really.
is 3 is bad. It's not evil,
It's
but it's definitely
it's
bad.
I say it's not as fun bad as 2, and it's not as competent as 1. So it's just sort of like bad. I don't know.
Yeah, it belongs in the bad category. Now, Wallace and Gromit, on the other hand,
Pretty fun.
is this if you were to pick a single movie from this list and just say you can show this movie to any age group, any demographic, and they will have a good time, I would pick this movie.
Yeah, maybe. It I mean, it's just fun, I guess. Like there's not really much to say about it, I don't think.
It is if you know
It's
Wallace and Gromit, you're getting more of that.
yeah, it's British people doing comedy.
with
Funny British people doing British things.
with really incredible claymation.
Yes. I remember you talked about the big thing for this movie was like water effects or something, right?
Yeah.
And you can definitely see them flexing it because there's water in a lot of this movie.
Yeah.
Um,
And
and
then
I
the
don't know.
finale with the train is really crazy looking too.
Yeah, the constant harassment by maybe the most incompetent police chief of all time and his slightly more competent assistant.
Yes.
I don't know. It's just fun. I think I'd put it in like invited to the barbecue or highly recommend
I
it.
would highly
One of those
recommend it.
two.
I don't think there's a reason to
Yeah,
not watch it. Because it's not long.
it's good.
It's
No.
it's just a short burst of serotonin straight into your bloodstream.
Oh, and we haven't even mentioned one of the best characters in the film in the gnome,
Oh
no
yeah,
Norbot.
that Norbot, that freakish creature. He goes from, that's a funny looking little invention to, oh, I don't like that thing. That thing would give me nightmares in my sleep.
It's very effective for how silly it starts off looking. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty good movie.
Wicked. Am I the only one who's seen Wicked?
So far, yeah.
I would assume.
Yeah.
Wicked is, I think, once the Oscars are over, I will enjoy Wicked in peace. However, since the Oscars are here, Wicked is nominated for 10 categories. I'm just gonna go ahead and get this out of the way. Wicked is invited to the barbecue. It's a good movie.
Are you excited for part 2?
Somewhat, I've heard that it's the second half of the musical is not as good, so
I
that's
mean, isn't
something.
isn't the second half just kind of the Wizard of Oz?
I don't know. I've never seen the musical,
Oh,
so
neither have
I
I.
mean I've seen the Wizard of Oz, but like I've never seen the musical. This is a good movie, and it deserves 2 Oscars, and I will read them. First, set design. Since my goat Warriors of the Walled In is not even an option, the sets in this movie are really good. They built all of them. They're 100% real. They planted like 1,000,000 flowers for a certain shot.
Dang.
It's actually crazy. Like the behind the scenes stuff in this movie is insane. And the other one, y'all aren't gonna believe this, but when I tell you that Ariana Grande clears this category, it is not close.
Oh, really?
None of these performances are in the same tier as this one.
Huh.
High praise.
She's the best part of the movie, by far. She's like the whole comedic part of the movie, and it's just really good. She's doing a really great job. Plus, like she nails the musical parts well because she's a really good singer. I didn't think I was not convinced that Ariana Grande could act before this, but I was wrong. She's really really good in here. Now, as
You
for
weren't convinced. You weren't convinced by her memorable roles as that
show
one
that she was in,
character on Victorious.
yeah, that one. No, I wasn't, but she's really, really good here, and she should definitely get that supporting actress one. Now for the rest of the categories that it's nominated for, 10 different nominations, second only to Emilia Perez. Where are my notes for this movie? Wicked. Okay. I think it deserves the best supporting and production design, like I just said. I think costume is a fair one for it, and makeup and best actress are debatable. Like, I could go either way on those. However, there's one category I cannot forgive. Where is that thing? This. What does this say here?
Original score.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That it's new music that's not adapted from a musical that comes before it.
Correct, Riley. So why on earth is this here?
Because it's the instrumental score for the movie that probably doesn't have any of the instrumental score from the musical.
So I would agree with you, right? Except I don't remember a single piece of orchestral score from this movie.
Oh.
And that's fine, because that's not the focus. The focus is
Yeah.
on the musical numbers. But the musical numbers aren't getting you this category. The score is. And since there's barely a score in the movie, why is this here? This should not be here at all. Emilia Perez at least uses original music. Bit bad original music, but like it is original. I don't understand this nomination at all. It makes no sense. While I'm at it, I don't think it deserves a Best Picture nom. I'm not mad at it, per se, considering there are much worse movies nominated for that category. But it's a very much a 7 of 10 movie with a fun performance, some good comedy, but frankly, shallow characters and underwhelming world building, considering that we've seen this world before in The Wizard of Oz, and this movie doesn't expand that world. The only new place you go to in this movie is the university. That's literally it. Makes the world feel very small. And the other thing is that this movie is sadly ugly. And you might think, how is it ugly? They built all the sets. And they did, and those sets are beautiful. and this movie should be beautiful. It's a shame that the cameraman is an incompetent moron and does not know how to light a shot to save their life.
Dang.
The amount of times where they are pointing the camera directly at a window that the sun is shining through and you cannot see the scene because it is blinding. It is unforgivable how bad some of the shots in this movie look because of the lighting. And the director was like, well, I wanted Oz to feel like a real place, so that's actually intentional. Yeah, okay. I made my movie ugly on purpose so it would feel more grounded. Are you serious?
You know that rings a bell, Esteban.
It sounds like the guy from The
it's not-
Flash.
I was gonna say it sounds like another thing on this list, a director of our famous Mufasa. So something he said for the Lion King in the original Lion King remake, where he said, "I made it so that the lions didn't emote on purpose." He
Right.
wanted it to feel like a documentary. He
A
said.
documentary. Yeah, okay. A documentary where the lions talk.
And sing and dance and do all
Yeah.
this stupid.
With all that said, I know I've been hating on it. I think this is a good movie, and I think I will enjoy it much more once the Oscars is over, and its frankly very annoying and vocal fan base goes away for a while because they're insufferable. They are demanding it wins. They think it got snubbed from categories. They think it should win every category.
I have seen that.
The Wicked fan base, and I think Dune deserves the categories it's in. The Wicked fan
Yeah.
base is the female equivalent of the Dune fan base, and that the Dune fan base is mad that Dune also didn't get win every single category because they only saw Dune. That was the only movie they watched last year, and Wicked is the only movie that they watched last year, so they don't understand why it's not nominated for infinite things. It is a good movie. Moving on. Woman of the Hour, Anthony, this one's yours.
Yeah, there's another one me and my girlfriend watched. It is based on a. Okay, let me just say it's based on a real serial killer. It's based on a true story. Basically, this man, Ronnie Locke, he back in I think when was it? 1970, 78. He appeared on the dating game as a contestant, and it's something the movie kind of slowly builds to him making that appearance, and then he gets recognized on the episode by a friend of one of his victims, and leading to the actual game, he kills a few. You see him kill a few women. You know he's killed more off screen, and then it finally gets to the Dings game, and then it just kind of feels like a big nothing burger. But it's hard to like fault the movie for that because that's kind of also how it happened in real life. Really, as far as I'm aware, it happened in real life.
Yeah,
And
I'm pretty sure it did.
yeah, it was just like a big like he got spotted, and nothing really came of it because it didn't really time to anything yet. And eventually, it goes on to where he gets another girl, and he basically kidnaps her, ties her up, and just real fucking sick shit. And then she finally manages to get away, and then he gets caught. And then the movie's like, oh, by the way, after this, he goes off and kills more people. And it's like, well, fuck. And that's the end of the movie. And that's really fucking disappointing. But then you look at the real story in real life, and you see that he fucking lived in the 70s in jail and just died of a heart attack instead while he's on death row. And that's somehow it's more disappointing. But I still wish somebody would have just shown him fucking dying. And I think it's it's hard for me to like judge a movie as a movie because it feels weird to be like, oh, this movie is like a whatever out of 10, and it's like based on like something real and actual that actually fucking happened.
I mean, that's why we have the
It,
tier list, because these express more so like the way we felt about it than actual number scores. Like, if you were
I think
disappointed by the movie,
yeah.
then you can put it in disappointed.
I mean, I don't want to say
Because this it's not disappointing. You shouldn't look at it as like oh, this means that this movie is lower than this movie. It just means that you were disappointed by the film. Like The Brutalist is much better than a lot of these movies and movies that exist, but I was disappointed by it, so it's in disappointment.
I'll put it. I'd say net positive, I guess, because like I said, like the parts of that make like it's a good movie technically. I guess what I'm trying to say, but just like I said, the actual I would say would have shown dying. That's the only thing I would have changed. I wanted to see him dead
Okay. I'm gonna
because
actually.
he was suspected to kill over 130 people.
Oh
Like
wow.
it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
And then I want to say real quick before we move on, you did leave out Sleep, which is another movie I watched.
Okay, where would you put it?
I will say I watched it twice, one by myself and one time with my girlfriend. It is a fucking crazy movie. Um, Basically, it's about this Korean couple. The husband develops REM sleep disorder, which is a real disorder that people they actually get. I think it was like 1% of the U.S. population a year, and people and it just it slowly builds and then just gets so fucking crazy. Just and the thing is, like it feels real because one, yeah, it's a real condition. The things that happen, I feel like things that could happen, like the things he does when he's under the condition, which to give a little spoilers of some of the earlier stuff, like he'll eat raw food out of the fridge while he's sleepwalking. He'll he scratched himself so much to the point where he's bleeding. He's implied to have killed the dog. um, like that's all shit that actually happened with the sleep disorder, and that's something I think is makes it feel crazier is the fact that it, like again, it's real, and the couple feels like a real actual couple. Even moments where it's just them just being cute and wholesome, that's really sweet. And the way they go about trying to treat it feels reasonable, like something you probably would do if you were in the same situation. And it, like I said, it just builds something so fucking crazy. And I think I would put it on the list. Highly recommended.
Okay. I'm gonna do Kung Fu Panda first because I think I'm the only one who saw this.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a disappointment. It's not very good. It has pretty looking animation and a really bad narrative. If you were to look at this in a vacuum, I could see you liking it. You'd be like, oh no, it's a movie that exists, or it's even a net positive. But like, if you've seen the other Kung Fu Panda movies and then you watch this one, the character development is just thrown to pieces. Have you guys seen the other Kung Fu Panda movies?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've seen one and two. I don't think I've
There
never
is a
seen three.
moment in this movie where Shen, we're familiar with Shen from
Mm.
Kung Fu Panda 2, right?
Yes.
Yep.
The Ultra Racer.
Yes.
Yes.
He bows to Po and says it's
Mm.
all right.
Mm.
Huh.
Anyone who's
Uh,
remotely familiar with Kung Fu Panda knows that that is insane and would never happen.
Yeah, Shen
Shen is the
wasn't
one
exactly
no.
who
repentant when he
genocided all the
exploded.
pandas and killed himself rather than repent for his sins.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No. What? Wait. Why would he?
Because this movie's dumb and it's not very good. It is just, frankly, it feels like this franchise just run out of ideas and they're just going to milk it for money at this point. So don't watch any more of these. They're probably only going to get worse. Yeah,
The series ends at three.
the series does end at 3. All right, now we've got 2 movies here. Which ones do we want to do first?
That depends. I think one of these is probably going to go lower than the other.
Let's do this one because, like, I think I'm the only one who watched the whole movie.
That's true. But
Now,
you say that. I think I watched enough to judge it.
Wait, how much did you watch?
he watched the intro, which is like half
We
an
watched
hour
all
long.
of the intro, and then we watched like
The
the last
10,
20 minutes,
10,
10
15
minutes.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
This movie, I am in agreement with Messer. I won't fight him on the intro. The intro is slow and only funny sometimes. And it's kind of a drag to get through. But after that intro, oh boy, does this movie get so good. And I think we're in agreement on the finale too. We all love the finale.
And the finale was insanity.
Yeah.
I will say one thing that I will bring up that isn't related to comedy. I think the visuals in this movie are actually incredible. Like, this is such a unique and fun looking movie. Like, yeah, it's low budget, but like, it uses that budget creatively. This movie looks really fun and neat and good. It looks infinitely better than this like $250 million budget movie right here. But yeah, on rewatch, I honestly I kind of loved it. But I don't know how you guys would weigh like your dislike of the intro and your very much enjoyment of the finale.
I think the intro drags it for me enough that
Yeah.
I would put this in like net positive, I think. Just because there are parts of this that I did like, but
Mhm.
just I think it went on, that intro goes on way, and I mean way too
Way
long.
too long.
That's fair. Could I argue for an invited to the barbecue?
I would
On the
invite
basis of
100 beavers to my barbecue.
You would invite it or wouldn't?
I would.
Okay, because I think just because of the low budget it's working with and how creative it is, I think it earns its spot there.
Last.
Challengers, baby.
Last and most certainly not least.
My
Yeah.
goat, my goat film, my favorite of the
Um.
year.
So I'll say this right now. The more that I think about it, Zendaya should have got actress for this movie.
This movie
This was
was
snubbed.
robbed blind of
This movie.
nominations.
The
Is
more
this
that I think
movie?
about it,
It is not
Is this
nominated
movie?
for a single category.
It isn't.
that's
No.
crazy.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Okay. Emilia Perez. We have to keep going back to it.
It,
Emilia Perez
has
is nominated for
13.
Best Picture, and this isn't.
not only that,
Um,
Emilia Perez is
Amelia
nominated for
Perez,
Best Score, and this isn't. It's nominated for Best Cinematography, and this isn't.
bro.
Somebody was high.
Zendaya.
Somebody was.
Zendaya deserves actress for this movie,
Best
man.
actress for this movie. 100%.
She was a villain in this movie, bro. She was on Demon Time.
She was.
Dude,
I think this movie single-handedly made Hayden, like all women, like 5% less.
That's true.
Hayden was not having a good time.
No, he
Hayden
was
was
not.
not happy during this movie.
Oh man. I don't know. This movie, like, it took something that I would never care about normally. Like, you're talking about biopics being a mid-genre. Let's talk about sports movies. All right? And yet it took it and made it so interesting, so compelling. And then that last scene, the finale of this movie, might be my favorite finale of the year. That
You know what
final
this
tennis
movie
match is insane. I have no
is?
idea how he did the stuff with the camera that he did.
It's really cool. You know what this movie reminds me of? It reminds me almost of Whiplash. in
Ooh.
in how kind of crap every person is in it, but in how like it's just got that drive, and then it's just and the performances are really, I don't know, it feels like a lot like that to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean the music, the score, and why was this not nominated for best score? Wicked got it, and Emilia Perez, but not this. Not this. What are we doing? It's not even like it went unrecognized. It won Best Score at the Golden Globes and was nominated for a bunch of things. And the Academy looked at that and went, nah,
No.
not
Nah.
for us.
Tennis? That's a baby sport.
Yeah, the tennis. We don't do sports movies here. We nominate movies about cartel violence. And also magical green wizards. I could rant about the nominations for this for hours, but this is an easy peak cinema for me. I yeah, I've already. This
I
is my
say
favorite movie of
it's
the
not a
year.
movie I'm gonna be putting on all the time, but I could agree with it in peak cinema. It's pretty good.
Alrighty. Let's before we stop. All right, we finished our tier list. This was pretty
Hooray!
good. Now,
Yeah.
to finish this off, just go over these little award categories. So, who is the character that we wish would die?
Claptrap.
Yeah.
Claptrap or Shia
Claptrap.
LaBeouf?
I'd
gonna
say
go.
Also,
Claptrap.
I'm gonna
can I say
I'm, I'm gonna go Shia LaBeouf. I don't think Claptrap made me feel as uncomfortable at any point in his film as I did in Megalopolis.
also? I don't know if he technically counts because he did die, but Rodney Alaka.
Yeah, I would go Shia. It's a tie between Shia and Claptrap. They can both have it. They can both get hit by a semi truck.
All right.
Although
We
Claptrap
got.
wouldn't die. Favorite
Well,
film?
I guess we
Unfortunately,
can.
I already said mine.
Uh.
Challengers was my favorite.
Dune II.
All
I
right,
think I'm gonna go with the Wild Robot.
a banger.
It's I think either Flow or what's inside. I think it depends on the mood.
Okay, yeah, good options. Hated film. The worst. Actually, no. We have to come to collective consensus on this.
Borderlands. It's
What is
Borderlands.
the worst one here?
What
It's
is
fucking
Oh.
Borderlands.
Well, see, I haven't seen Emilia Perez. I can't talk on.
Okay, I will spoil. Amelia Perez is not the worst one on this list.
Okay. I think it's
I don't think so
Megalopolis.
either. Um,
Which one is
I
longer?
man, I think Megalopolis
Megalopolis
is a lot
by far,
longer.
by
Okay.
far is longer.
I think I would probably say Megalopolis for me.
Yeah.
Borderlands is like, it's bad and it's like corporate bad, but
But
Megalopolis is like painful. It is like agonizing.
I don't know. Is it worth watching Megalopolis for that one cool scene where they like
No, it's
animated the
no,
not.
city?
no.
It isn't.
Uh,
I think we can agree that's the hated film.
yeah, okay. Megalopolis can be awarded the evil film of the year.
Most
All right.
despicable,
What's our next
evil,
one?
vile
Bland
Most
white bread.
mid movie. You forgot this
land
movie
white
existed.
unsponsored.
Name a movie.
Uh,
Go.
I think it might be Argyle for me.
Argyle. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I
Unfoster
forgot
if
it
is my
came
vote.
out last year. If I forgot it came out last year, then I'm gonna say Argyle.
Yeah, I think I gotta go Argyle.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't. Yeah. I feel like I
It's
have
just it's
opinions on some of
compared
these. So.
compared to the
Argyle.
3 Kingsman films, it's bland. It's not good.
Best stunts, my goat.
Walled
Easily.
City.
Gotta go to
Come
the
on.
walled city.
The Walled,
Walled
City.
City.
Okay, so I haven't seen this one, so I am gonna give it to the Fall Guy,
Yep, that's fair.
because that was a movie like 4 stunts made by stunt people.
Okay. Now we're just gonna briefly skim these. Actor, best actor. Have you guys seen any of these?
Nope.
No,
I have not.
Okay.
not a single one.
But I'm gonna throw in my pick is probably just based off of trailer, Coleman Domingo.
Yeah, I would rank this Coleman Domingo at 1, Sebastian Stan at 2, Ralph Fiennes 3, Adrian Brody 4, Timothy Chalamet 5.
Yeah. But if it was Dune, I would say Timothy would take it for me.
Right. Supporting actor.
Anora.
I would give this to Jeremy, but honestly,
Okay.
this
is very strong.
very strong.
Because Kieran was very
Kieran's
good.
really good.
Yura Borisov was, I laughed at him a lot.
I would axe Edward and put in Chris Hemsworth here in his place.
Oh, I would either do that or I'd put Javier in for Dune.
Okay, that's fair. But I would definitely axe Edward. He's fine, but
Yeah.
he doesn't.
I haven't seen it, I can't say, but
Lead
actress.
This is an easy Fernanda Torres win for me. It's not
I
that the
haven't
other
seen it.
people in this movie
Yeah.
are bad. I just think this is an easy win for her.
I
Nikki
haven't
Madison
seen it.
is really good.
Yeah, that's my pick. Having seen Anora, she was very, very good, and it's one of her
Messer.
first films, isn't it?
That's
Where
the
are
thing.
we putting Demi?
I don't know. I I the problem is, I mean, she's good in that movie, but like I feel like most of the work is being done by like the prosthetics people.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Cynthia's fine. I could honestly swap her out. I would swap her for Anya Taylor-Joy for this. But she can stay because this is banished. Be gone. Supporting actress. This is a lock for Ariana. It's not close. The rest of these, she's barely in the movie. She's only in half the movie. I don't remember who she plays. This movie is horrible. Animated feature film.
I'm going the Wild Robot.
I will also go Wild Robot for this one.
My greatest fear is that Inside Out 2 wins this category.
That would be devastating.
Ooh. Yeah,
That
no.
would be devastating.
I'd hope for Flow, just because there's only one I've watched that besides Inside Out 2. God, I would hate Inside Out 2 one.
I would say I'd be fine with any of these
Literally
movies
any
winning,
of these
except
movies, but
Inside Out 2.
This is another stacked
That's
category.
Yeah.
understandable. I understand why I got nominated, but I wouldn't like it to win.
Okay, obviously this is gone by default, but
this is rough for me because I noted both films talking about them.
of the options here, I would give this to Dune. However, if it was up to me, Anora should be here.
I think it should be there over Emilia Perez.
And I would have challengers win this category.
Ooh.
Okay, but what if they watch The Walled City?
I'd still give it to challengers. The camera work on that movie is unreal.
I think with what's here, I'm gonna say Dune because that's probably what hopefully wins.
Mm-hmm.
But man, Nosferatu had some really cool shots too, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess Dune.
Okay, costume. Uh,
Nosferatu.
yeah, I haven't
Ab-
seen it, but from what I have seen in the
absolutely.
trailers, I would give it to that.
Yeah.
However, um,
I'm glad Gladiator 2
got
got a
something.
nomination. I need to watch that movie. But I feel like it maybe deserved something more than costume design. I don't know.
I would get rid of a complete unknown and sub this in for Dune, but um, yeah, that'd be my only change. Directing, garbage, mid, don't like, I don't know. I don't. I just, I mean, I wanted the Anora to win this, but
Yeah.
if this wins, I don't know what I'm gonna say. It is very well directed, so documentary I haven't seen, short film, editing, no, nothing special.
Probably Anora, unless you think Conclave gets it.
Conclave does. It's not. Conclave is a very simple. It's not the kind of movie where like an editing would go crazy. This is Anora, for sure. International. I've seen two of these. I think I'm Still Here and Flow. I'm Still Here should win.
Huh.
Makeup and hairstyling. I haven't seen Different Man.
Nosferatu.
Mm,
Different Man, I think, from what I understand, is a good contender.
yeah, I've
But from
seen some stuff from that.
what I've seen, man, Count Orlok was so because I can't spoil anything, but they do more than show his face in the movie. Like, because you've
Hmm.
probably seen from like trailers or art and stuff, him in his like coat and stuff. They
Yeah.
show more than that, and it's like really incredible stuff.
Messer.
Yes.
Would we give this to the substance for makeup and hairstyling?
Ooh. I mean, the
I
makeup is good.
I think I might.
I mean, it's impressive.
That homunculus alone.
I mean, the transfer. I think even more impressive than the homunculus is the goblin.
That's true.
I think I don't even know how they did that. It's like it's so that one is crazy to me.
Yeah.
I
I
think I would
think
give it to
I
that.
would give this to substance. This is the substance fans out there. This is your guaranteed win from me. I music. Um this is bad music. This shouldn't count. This is good. This is decent. I think Wild Robot takes this.
Very good.
Music. I don't. I don't know any of these. I know that it shouldn't be these two, but like the rest, I don't. I don't know. Do you guys know any of these?
Nope.
All right, now for our best picture, the big one. We've already said our favorite movies, so we don't need to reinstate what we would have had. But given the options, what are we rolling with here?
I mean,
I haven't seen.
I don't think I've seen enough of these to say.
You've seen
I've seen
Dune,
3 of these. I've seen
Amelia.
Dune, Emilia Perez, and The Substance.
Oh yeah,
And
that guy.
The Substance is a cool movie, but I never want to watch it again. Emilia Perez is not very good, and I just don't have that strong of feelings about Dune 2.
Okay,
So
I
I
guess
don't.
You could check
I
out.
guess.
I would check out Conclave. It's an easy one because it's on streaming. Um, Anora is another one that you could definitely check out, and then um, this one might be hard to find. You could watch Wicked if you wanted. It's nominated for like 10 different things, so when we watch the Oscars, you would have a lot of leeway with it.
I'll probably end up watching it.
Production design. For me, this is an easy win for Wicked. It's not the other things here are bad, but just the sets they built for Wicked are kind of crazy. What else do we got? Short film? Sound. What do we think about sound?
I hope the Wild Robot wins it, just because I hope it wins more than one category.
Fair. Yeah, I'd give it to Dune or Wild Robot. Visual effects is Monkey Movie because they have
Yeah.
the chimp in the movie.
I think it's Dune.
You think it's Dune?
It's probably gonna end up being Dune.
Probably, but I think this should win.
Monkey.
Adapted screenplay. I haven't seen Nickel Boys. I've heard it's very good. I would give this to Sing Sing. This is here, the evil movie.
Satan, the movie.
And then original. What is this? Oh, I think I know what this is. Yeah, I'm not going to comment on this. Well, I'm going to cut the recording there because that's like 4 hours.